Good evening. I'd like to call to order the Thursday, May 8th, 2014 meeting of the Township of South Orange Village Board of Adjustment. May we have a roll call?
Yes, Mr. Don.
Here.
Mr. Polipiano.
He will be here.
Mr. Reeves.
Here?
Mr. Semper.
Here.
Mr. Adler.
Here. See, we get into the light.
Okay, we're getting the light already.
Ready?
Not a good sign. Are we not speaking into the microphones? Make sure you're speaking directly in.
Okay, Mr. Adler.
Here.
Mr. Shapiro.
Here.
Ms. Werwin.
Here.
And Mr. Breen.
Here.
Okay, just to let everybody know, Mr. Parlapiano is picking up Mr. DeScala nearby, and they will arrive momentarily, but I figured we'd get started at least for the completeness hearing, and we expect their arrival momentarily. Pursuant to Section 5, Chapter 231, PL 197-5, this is to state for the record that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided to the public by posting and maintaining the annual notice of regular meetings on the bulletin board in Village Hall, by publishing the annual notice of regular meetings for 2014 in the December 2013 edition of the South Orange Maplewood News Record, and by filing said notice in the office of the village clerk. Okay, so the first order of business is approval of minutes from our regular meeting held on Tuesday, April 1st. Do we have any comments or questions about those minutes? I know Mr. Adler made some revisions that were incorporated into our secretary's revised minutes. Any other comments?
None for me.
May we have a motion?
I'll move it.
Move that we accept the minutes as amended.
Yes. Second.
Mr. Don seconds.
Okay, Mr. Don.
Yes.
Mr. Reeves.
Yes.
Mr. Semper.
Yes.
Mr. Adler.
Yes.
Mr. Shapiro.
Yes.
And Mr. Breen.
Yes.
Okay, another order of business with an upcoming potential special meeting for the dentist office. It turns out that Mr. Breen has let us know this evening that he is available the week of, I guess, Monday the 25th, or that's a holiday, but
Not Monday.
but your Tuesday, and Tuesday was the day that we had 6 people that could make it. Now, I don't know if plans have subsequently changed, but with Mr. Breen, that makes 7. The applicant was asking for 7. If you were planning to be available for that, let Jetta know again that you're still available. Am I making sense?
Do we have some discussion also, though, that couldn't we just schedule that applicant on a normal day?
No, we can't schedule them on a normal day. We're too busy.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought about that. And if we could have, we would.
All right.
Okay, so the record will reflect that Mr. Parlapiano, Mr. DeScala arrived. We just got started. And Mr. Breen's available Tuesday the 26th for a special meeting for the South Orange dental
27th.
application. 27th, I'm sorry. So there were 6 people available. And so what I would like Jetta to do is when we go back tomorrow, communicate with all 7 and make sure that they're available still. Because I sent you that email, at least of the 6 who were available. And now Mr. Breen, and if that's the case, keep that meeting for Tuesday the 27th for the special meeting. Okay? So the application that we're first hearing is an application for completeness only. This is 19 Prospect Street, Wesso Realty. Ms. Birkenwald?
Seated in front and have the architect, Rebecca
I can't hear that.
Gelman with
Yeah,
me.
I think there's a problem with the microphone. Can you speak correct?
Do you hear it now?
Now we can.
Maybe I was a little too far. Elaine Birkenwald, I have the architect, Rebecca Gelman, with me. We're here for completeness. on an application that we believe is a new use proposed for South Orange, basically a shared co-working professional office space with on-site daycare for those professionals working there, and really also an enhanced, enriched kind of daycare. I had a brief discussion with your planner. We did submit a engineer's report, engineer planner report, and although it's not on the plans, the report that we submitted does show the uses within 200 feet, an engineer statement on environmental areas, and the fact that this is a proposed historic district. So that is in the application, although not in the plans. And then I think a lot of architectural items we will be submitting. Rebecca, correct? And that was already discussed with your planners. So we would ask that you find this complete.
Okay, the way we usually do these, and I think we can proceed with this fairly quickly, is we just march down the items that the planner noted, and that, you know, we'll question if maybe they are actually in here like you were suggesting, and we'll hear that. Okay?
Sure.
So we're going to march down item 10, letters from a utility company. The planner takes no exception for completeness, since there are no proposed new utilities. However, required approvals may be a condition of approval of the application. And if the board has any objections or questions as I march through these, go ahead and stop me. Okay. Item number 11, application to the County Planning Board has not been done. Required approvals from outside agencies may be a condition of approval. What would they need to submit to the County Planning Board? Because it's on, is it on a county road?
They may or may not, Mr. Chairman, need to submit and just get a no interest type of letter.
Okay. So you're aware of this, Ms. Birkenwald?
Excuse me?
You're aware of item number 11? Required approval from outside agency may be a condition of approval?
Yeah, I don't know of any outside agency that's required for the application as it stands now. Of course, if a proposed tenant were to involve another agency, we would comply.
Okay. Likewise, not submitted to the Essex County Health Department. Required approvals, again, from outside agencies may be a condition of our approval. Item 13, the Hudson Essex Passaic Soil Conservation District. No exception to the granting of this waiver in the planner's opinion, since applicant states land disturbance will be less than 5,000 square feet. Required approvals from other agencies may be a condition of approval. Item 14, not submitted DOT or DEP approvals. Same suggestion there of grant the waiver for completeness only. Item 20, not submitted an affirmative statement in writing indicating conditional uses. No conditional uses are proposed, so that's moot. Item 27, has not provided a north arrow on all sheets. Recommend that revised plans be submitted with north arrows at least 14 days prior to a public hearing.
We just asked if we could submit sheets with north arrows on the sheets that need to be revised, which is a small part of the 14 sheets submitted, if that would be acceptable in the interest of saving trees.
That's fine. That's fine by me. Anybody object to that?
No.
Okay, that sounds.
Thank you.
That's okay. Item 31, not submitted information about historic districts. It's located in the Prospect Street Historic District.
I think that's addressed in this planner's report.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it's not technically on the plans, but it is identified and addressed as well as the engineer's statement regarding any environmental constraints. So I would suggest that those have been addressed,
Okay,
although
good.
they're not technically on the plans.
Okay. Anybody have any problem with that? I think I'm okay with it. So that one's done. And you said the next one, the critical environmental areas, has been done also, right? Okay. Item 37, wells or septic systems. Well, it's serviced by public water and sewer lines, so again, that's irrelevant. It's not provided a developer's agreement that addresses affordable housing. Applicant states an agreement will be submitted. An agreement may be a condition of approval. I don't have any problems with that. Item 43 has not identified connections to utility systems. No new connections, however, are proposed, so again, that's not relevant in this application. The applicant has not identified the use of existing structures within 200 feet. The planner recommends that details on existing structures be submitted 14 days prior to our hearing.
That was addressed by the last page in the project report, separately submitted. It shows the uses within 200 feet.
Okay, the uses are, I see the parking here. Oh, buildings and uses with 200 feet. Okay, so it's in here in the plastic binder we have. So that's been done.
My only comment there was that at the hearing, it would be good to have one of these that we could actually read.
A better
Because
picture.
the varying shades of dark
Definitely.
gray are very difficult to read.
So you'd like to have a lighter copy?
I'd like to have one where we could really tell what the properties were. That's all.
Could you do that for us?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Item 46, elevations of the proposed have been provided. However, they're confusing and have portions missing information, especially in reference to the front elevation. The recommendation is the applicant clarify the elevations and resubmit.
Yeah, I'm going to redraw that elevation, and I've already spoken to the author of this letter.
Okay,
to-
I'm going to stop you there. I didn't hear what you were saying. You're going to need to speak right into the mic, please.
I'm going to redraft that elevation. I've already spoken to the author of the letter,
Okay.
so it's clear to me what I need to do.
Okay. And you'll submit that 14 days before the hearing, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so that was the, Mr. Adler.
On the application itself, item 12 asks for any previous applications, et cetera, affecting the subject property. The answer is we are unaware of any. I don't find that sufficient, that they're unaware of any. I mean, there are records that are available to them that they could check and give us an answer as to whether or not there is any prior applications.
I would be happy to make an Oprah request tomorrow and see if the town could provide any additional information on that.
Thank you. That's satisfactory, Mr. Adler? Good. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, so we've addressed the items that our planner mentioned. May we have a motion for completeness?
I move that this application be deemed complete with the items outstanding to be submitted 14 days before the next hearing, being the revised and clarified elevations. The sheets, the appropriate sheets have north arrow added, and as Mr. Adler requested, that more research be done and information be submitted as to whether there have been any prior applications on this site.
May we have a second? Mr. Parlapiano, second.
Okay, Mr. Don?
Yes?
Mr. DeScala?
Yes.
Mr. Palmpiano?
Yes.
Mr. Reeves?
Yes.
Mr. Semper?
Yes.
Mr. Adler?
Yes.
And Mr. Shapiro?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. See you
Is
later.
there anything else the board is particularly interested in that we should try to prepare ahead of time that you have particular concerns about? We just thought we'd ask.
Okay, I barely heard that with all the rustling of the manila paper. I said, you're asking, is there something you need to prepare?
Is there any other concern the board might be interested in other than trying to find out more about prior applications, if there were any? Are there any other things the board is interested in on this application?
We usually like photos of places, don't we? We often,
Yes.
photos are nice.
There's photos
Okay.
in the package.
Yeah, there are some in the plans, but
Okay.
maybe we
If-
could
if
bring
you fi-
better
If you find that
photos.
any additional photos could round out the application, feel free to present them.
Thank you. And it's June, the first Tuesday in June.
Right now, you are, yes, it's the first Tuesday, but we will be getting back with you. We have a pretty crowded docket for the next several months, and we will be communicating with you about when we can reasonably fit you on and not have you come here and wait all night only to not be heard.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, so again, there's nobody here from South Orange, representing South Orange Dental, is there? No? Okay, so again, we plan at this point to try to arrange a special meeting on Tuesday, June 27th. May 27th, Tuesday. That's not yet confirmed. Okay, so now we move on to the next application, case 1010 Seton Hall University, 425 Scotland Road.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Working?
You need to speak right into the
Okay.
mic.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Kevin Coakley, the law firm of Connell Foley, on behalf of Seton Hall. Thank you for your interest in this application. Seton Hall comes before you this evening for variances, both use and bulk, and for preliminary and final site plan approval. The use variance relates to the use of the former Mary Lawn property as a school of health and medical sciences. That's for the main school building. There's also a use variance to use in the future the Graves House for office use related to the university. There's an application for site plan approval, and there are two bulk variances that will be subsumed within the use variance. One bulk variance has to do with lot coverage, which is over the lot coverage allowed in the two zones that affect the property, and the other is for parking in the front yard. And we'll get to those variances as we go along. The property itself consists of 4 lots in Block 416 and totals 5 acres. It is located partially in the R75 zone, partially in the R100 zones, and those zones will allow residential houses at 7,500 square foot per lot or 10,000 square feet per lot. However, as I'm sure you know, the property has been in school use for 75 years, initially in the 1930s, and then around 1950, the main school building was constructed. Now, day schools for public school use are a conditionally permitted use in those zones. This is not a day school, so we need a use variance for this particular activity, not a conditional use variance. Even though the ordinance talks about public day schools, by operation of law, private day schools were subsumed within that definition. Seton Hall plans to merge the 4 lots if the board grants its approval by a deed that would amalgamate them into 1 lot. We had originally sought a subdivision, but later realized that that's really not necessary, that you can do this by merger, so that's not part of the application. Procedurally, the application was filed in September of last year. You declared it complete, subject to additional documentation in November. In December, Seton Hall requested an adjournment in order to respond to the reports of your professional advisors, and also to determine whether certain title issues could reasonably be resolved. Now, title issues are not before the board, but I just want to explain that to you, that was the reason why we sought the adjournment. We haven't resolved those issues fully. We're hopeful of being able to resolve them, but they are still unresolved. On April 17th, the university submitted additional documents to the board, and those really are the principal documents that are before you. So that's the current site plan set, the traffic and parking report, and the planning report are the ones that you should concentrate your attention on. The plan is to have a modest expansion of the school building, and when I say a modest expansion, it's approximately 10% of the footprint. The building's about 40,000 square feet. The expansion will be twofold. One, there's a 2,000 square foot expansion of footprint on the ground, and then there's an overbuild on the second floor that will not add to the footprint, but will fill in some space on a missing space on the second floor of the building. You'll hear testimony about the additional space from the architect and the engineer. The plan shows 202 parking spaces that will provide parking for faculty and staff, visitors, and security. Also provides parking for the approximately 19 parking spaces that will be needed for the Graves House in the future, and it will provide partial parking for the student body of the graduate school. To the extent that there is not adequate parking for those students, they will be shuttled from the university. The Graves House is an important element of the property. We have not submitted our architectural plans for the Graves House as of this time because the investigation necessary has not taken place, and the detail work regarding that is also significant. But pursuant to the recommendation of the Historic Preservation Committee, the Graves House will be protected during construction. It will be heated, and everything will be done to keep it in its present condition. You'll hear some testimony from Seton Hall about its present condition. Demolition is not part of the application, and the recommendation, the positive recommendation of the HPC was based on the fact that historic element is not being demolished but will be maintained. Now, the School of Health and Medical Science is really a group of graduate programs that the university operates together. And right now they operate on the campus in many different campus locations. The school provides graduate degrees in fields such as physical therapy, occupational therapy, physician assistants, athletic training, speech and pathology, and others, including a PhD program. There are approximately 570 matriculated students, and there are about 57 faculty related to the school, in addition to non-faculty staff. The school has the need for specialized classroom facilities, which will be developed as the facility is improved. Right now, the school, in addition to operating on campus, operates at different locations off campus in order to fulfill its functions. Now, I'm sure well, I'm not so sure, but there were prior legal proceedings regarding this property. There was litigation regarding the planning board. There was also issues before the HPC. This application really has nothing to do with those legal proceedings, except to the extent that, were Seton Hall to buy the property, it would obviate the prior applications to demolish the Graves house. Seton Hall is a contract purchaser. In other words, it does not own the property. It has a contract to buy it, subject to contingencies, including, approval by this board. I had mentioned before that the bulk variances are subsumed within the use variance, and so under the recent case law on this, the board is to look at bulk variances as being part and parcel of the use variance. So, parsing these variances is not necessarily the way that this is to be done pursuant to the recent Supreme Court case. As mentioned, the school that exists there now is a conditionally permitted use. Seton Hall's use is not conditionally permitted, so it seeks a straight use variance. The law on this, and I know this board is familiar with the SECA test and the balancing test set forth in that case, but that is the basic parameters of the law. It is an inherently beneficial use which satisfies the positive criteria, and then it is up to the board to weigh the negative criteria and balance in order to reach a decision. Seton Hall will call a number of witnesses, starting with Mr. Dennis Garbini, Vice President of the University, who will give a very broad, high-level overview of Seton Hall's interest in the property and why it has tried to acquire it, and the Graves house and its condition. High-level type of overview. Subsequently this evening, I would intend to call Mr. Quinn, Thomas Quinn, who's the site engineer, and Michael Shatkin, who's the architect. I don't necessarily plan for additional witnesses this evening, but we'll see how it goes. Subsequent evenings, we will have a traffic expert, Ms. Elizabeth Dolan, who's testified previously before the board. Peter Steck will testify as a planning expert, and there are several Seton Hall witnesses who may fill in the blanks about particular elements of the application. So with that introduction, if you have any questions for me, I'd be pleased to entertain them.
There's a couple things we need to take care of. First of all, you intend to bring Mr. Garbini up first?
Yes.
And then the engineer, or Mr. Steck?
No, the engineer would be next.
It's y'all's call. We would prefer that we go from, like you said, a high level down to a narrow level. So Mr. Garbini, the planner, and then the engineer. It's y'all's decision. It would help us understand the matter.
What my plan would be is to call the engineer, because I think, as this being a combined site plan use variance application, the site is important. And so I think he would keep it at a high level of detail in order to inform you of what the plans are.
Okay, so the engineer is not, at least right now, going to get into the minutia of the stormwater management
No,
at this
absolutely
point.
not.
Okay.
And actually, he has spoken to Mr. Keller about stormwater issues, and I think they've had at least some understandings, but the minutia we're avoiding.
Right, and that's not for the members of the public to disregard this. It's just that as far as moving through the application, it's better to go from broad to narrow. Okay, that's one thing we wanted to talk about. Also, for the members of the public who haven't been at these before, the way we handle matters is the applicant will bring up experts. The experts will testify. We'll ask the expert questions. Our experts will ask their experts questions, and then the members of the public have an opportunity to ask questions of the experts. As far as overall comments as to whether you favor the application or not, those will need to wait until the end of the entire application. And in general, these sorts of bigger applications don't finish in one evening. So your opportunity to comment about whether you like it or not may have to wait. The other item we needed to talk about was potential conflicts of interest.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there was an issue raised whether or not, because this project was within the Montrose Park Historic District, and the Montrose Park Historic District Association may actually appear here as an objector, although we understand that may not happen. They could. The issue is whether or not those members of the zoning board who may be members of the Montrose Park Historic District Association would have a disqualifying conflict of interest. For the sake of disclosure, there are members of the board who have served on the association's board of trustees and/or as officers, and also have spouses who have served in that capacity. There are members of the board who currently are members of that association, and we want to make it clear that we want to make full disclosure of that and let the applicant know. And if you have any issues about that, we'd ask that you raise it at this point.
Right, you've informed us of that previous to today, and we have no issues with that.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So that's the preliminaries. I think we can move on now. Okay? All right.
Okay? All right, I'd like to call Mr. Garbini.
Thank you for
Mr. Garbini,
letting-
could you please
Yep,
raise
be
your right
sworn.
hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give here this evening to this board is the whole truth?
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Dennis Garbini, 10 Woodland Avenue, Denville, New Jersey.
Thank you.
Mr. Garbini, what is your role at Seton Hall University?
Vice President of Administration.
And what are the duties of that office?
Facilities, HR, IT.
Right. And this project, along with a number of other development projects, they have come under your domain. Is that true?
Yes.
All right. Now, what motivated Seton Hall to desire to acquire the Mary Lawn property?
Well, I think I first would mention that when I came to Seton Hall South Orange in 1968, this property caught my eye as one of the nicest and more sophisticated properties that I've seen as I traveled up Scotland Road. Over the years, I think it's had challenges to remain as manicured as it had been in my memory of those days. The sisters have done the best they can with the resources they had. Certainly, it's our intention to restore the property to what it looked like with the manicured lawns and hedges that existed at the time. I must admit that the Graves house was didn't catch my eye. It wasn't until more recent years that I was even aware of its existence. But as the university was particularly looking for one of our growth units, and that being the School of Health and Medical Sciences, this property and our interest in remaining in South Orange became a focus for that development. I'm trying to remember. I don't believe you mentioned that the Graduate School of Health and Medical Sciences includes the PT, OT, speech therapy, athletic training, and physician's assistant programs. These are principally graduate medical programs. They're mature and adult students and serious students who are in these programs.
All right. And And from the standpoint of university operations, what is to be gained by moving the school over to this location from the university campus?
Well, one of the challenges that we have with the school on campus is that its classrooms are certainly different than an English or an accounting class, because as you go from, as one class ends and the next begins, these programs have therapy tables, and you can't follow a PT class with an English class, because you have these therapy tables as opposed to desk. So as the program was growing as best it could within the confines of our classroom buildings, it was limited by the availability of classroom space that we had. And even with the development of the new classroom building that we are building, it doesn't provide enough growth for it. So we are looking to this property as a location for the school to expand.
And is there a need to consolidate the areas in which the school operates on campus?
Well, yes. I mean, there are a number of challenges. Let this just go down. Let me hear my. I'm still being heard. There are a number of challenges, as you might have seen in the paper, with the hospitals in Newark that the school participates and works with, and that will likely present challenges for them to use those facilities in the future, and that's why we're looking to utilize our own facility and locate them at this site.
All right. And on campus at the present time, does the school provide classes in a number of different classroom buildings?
Well, the school does not have a home per se. It was developed a number of years ago. As it's grown, their offices and their classrooms are scattered around campus. So this would provide basically a location that would represent the identity of the school.
Right now, do you feel that the school can be reused or rehabilitated to fit the needs of the school?
Absolutely. The university, I believe it was following one of our applications this past summer. I happened to it was a completeness hearing. I remained on to watch the application for demolition of the property of the Graves House. And at that point, prior to that time, the university, and me specifically, had approached the sisters about the possible sale of the property to us, and they were not interested. Following the application for demolition of the property and all the issues surrounding the HPC, suddenly there was an interest in the university's application to purchase the school.
Now, are you familiar with the condition of the Graves House? Yes.
Well, first of all, let me say, when I went into the school itself, it's actually quite remarkable. It's in very good shape. As Mr. Coakley indicated, the building was built in 1955, and it is a monument to 1955 architecture. I have never seen such a well-maintained building for right out of the Smithsonian. I mean, the lockers there's no damage, there's no denting, there's, the sound system is working, it's the sisters, every toilet flushed. I mean, there was nothing that you could argue that the school was in bad shape. The problem was, it is squarely dated into the 1955 era. One of the things that we would need to do as we moved into that property would be to bring the services, not only, even apart from with the SHIMS, which is the acronym for the School of Health and Medical Sciences, not only to renovate it to meet their needs, but also upgrade the electrical work, et cetera. So it provides some air conditioning, the ADA, accessibility, et cetera. So one of the things I'd say that's just remarkable is it has the original Venetian blinds, the big full slat. You could see some of them have been restrung, but it is it's remarkable that it's been maintained in that condition, but obviously we need to modernize it. And your question was the Graves House?
Yeah, yes, that was my question.
It's my understanding that the Montrose neighbors and the HPC are interested in the house to remain. I think all of you have probably seen the pictures of or if not, have been in the structure. It was gutted for demolition. There is the ballroom, which has, it's got quite an interesting ceiling to it, but the fixtures were removed. Fireplace was stripped of all wooden mantles. The stairway railings were cut off by reciprocal saw, and the spindles just remaining there. And I think someone had put 2x4 railings up, and then, as would be appropriate, they had a contractor come in to remove the asbestos, and with anticipating that the building would be demolished, there was little care made to maintain the walls or any of the aesthetics as they did their work. So it is not the one thing that we do know is it's our intention to maintain the house. It's our intention to renovate the ballroom, and then we're also interested in and being mindful of the adaptive reuse of the building, but not restoring it to its original splendor that many of you may have thought was the case, because there's really nothing left there. The sisters have allowed us to, as part of our contract, if we move forward are able to move forward with the home, to access some of the materials that were removed from the house. Principally, they are the light fixtures from the ballroom, but the Tiffany glass that was stained glass has been sold, and some of the other interesting features of the home are no longer available. So the university's plan on the use of that house is still going to be developed, but we believe the first floor would be utilized as function space, particularly the ballroom, and then offices on the second and third floor.
I don't have any further questions for Mr. Garbini.
Do members of the board have any questions for Mr. Garbini?
You made a point that this is a growth unit for the school. Can you discuss where it's been, where it's going, and in particular, how much capacity you see at this site for that school to keep growing?
I think a future expert will go into more detail on that growth for you, and more than I can do for you at this moment. Probably provide more information.
Who is that? Who's going to provide
Another
that?
expert, upcoming expert.
That would be the dean of the school.
The dean of the school. Okay. Can you tell us what other sites did you evaluate before you settled on this site?
Well, we have considered other sites, whether they be in Newark or further west of here. But specifically, I don't think it's appropriate to go into that detail. Our interest is to remain in South Orange. I would hope that you find some comfort in that, and that I believe that this program would provide some well suited for the development in that area.
But what were you, without going into specifics of other locations you looked at, what were you looking for in a location? What makes a location an ideal spot for this school?
Again, obviously more space than we have to offer and more dedicated space. The dean will speak of the fact that they would like a home and identity for the school, as opposed to bouncing back and forth from one building to another. So I would say, space that we can renovate into appropriate teaching and learning space for these kinds of programs, as opposed to trying to share them with typical and more traditional instructional space.
Well, I guess it's good that we'll have the dean to listen to, and to ask questions of, but just a couple more for you, especially given your prior testimony to this board as part of the parking deck application. One is that you made the point in that application that maintaining, keeping people on campus with making it possible for them to come, park conveniently, go to class there, and have the amenities of a full campus.
Correct.
Was really important to be able to attract good students and hold them these days.
Absolutely,
You gave
right.
the example in that hearing of being a mall operator and saying, how many people would come to your mall if they came and they had a circle and circle and couldn't find a parking space?
Mm-hmm.
How many would come if the general facility wasn't great? One of the questions I have is about this site is the limited ability to have amenities. So you're making all these investments, the parking deck included, the new student center on the main campus. Why do you now pull this away to a spot where you don't have those amenities?
Well, first of all, we will continue to provide shuttle services back and forth to campus, but this school, as you know, has a cafeteria. Mm-hmm. It will have a small library. The library will provide the basic focused needs of the school, and then anything else that they might need. I mean, in particularly, and I don't know if the dean, I won't turn to my left and catch his gaze, but in today's environment, a lot of the library resources are available online too.
Right.
So the amenities that we'd be looking for could very well be located in this site. Again, this is a discrete program that doesn't interact with. It's not like many other. And if I was an English major, I'm going to be taking history courses. I'm going to be taking psych courses, et cetera, et cetera. This is more focused in courses offered by the program.
But let me take you back to the point about parking and the shuttle bus. You testified in the parking deck hearing that that off-campus parking, which is one of the options we explored as an alternative to the
Yes.
575-car deck, was not viable. And that the parking had to be closed because people come and go, they come at the last minute, they want to run to class, and that it would be a real detriment to running the school if you had to have off-campus parking and shuttles. Why is it now a workable solution?
Why is it a workable solution for this school?
That's right.
Well, at that time that we were having those conversations, the possible option of Marylawn was really not in the cards. As we stand here today, I'm not sure that it still is. I mean, we have the title issue to deal with, and we have this board's decision to address. I believe that the difference here, as opposed to when I was speaking generally for the needs of the university, is again that this is a program that is fairly self-contained. So it can operate within the confines of one location without a lot of
Well, go ahead. I'm
traversing back and forth to the campus site.
But I take it that your application is that using the parking on the main campus and running shuttle buses back and forth to bring students is central to your plan for the operation of the site.
It's not essential. It's a possibility for when people do need to go back and forth. I would venture to say that I won't ask for a show of hands of how many of you took the jitney here this evening, because our society is that of one who tend to be more mobile and associate our identity with our motor vehicles. That's going to be true, as I think I said this back then, of our students and our prospective students. It's our interest to attract students who are highly qualified to this program and continue to not only to grow in terms of numbers, but also grow in terms of the quality of the students that we attract. So like I said before, it's not our interest to create barriers and have people look and see that I have to park way over there and then take a shuttle over here to get back and forth to class. The shuttle would be based on exception more than the rule. And the train station, obviously, the mountain station is an attractive option here, even more so than when we were talking about students taking the train, the New Jersey Transit into South Orange
Because
and
it's
walking
closer.
up.
But again, going back to the parking deck testimony, you testified that one of the reasons to build that deck was to contain all the traffic on the campus and not have it spill over into the surrounding streets.
That's correct.
I guess I understand that, and I think it's good for the neighborhood not to have people cruising the streets and parking, and we've seen some of the problems during construction, and hopefully that construction moves along quickly and those problems go away. But on this site, there's a lot of available parking around that site on side streets, 2-hour parking. The campus is 1+ miles away and a shuttle bus back. Why are we not creating that problem permanently around the Marylawn campus of people who can't find a space using the side streets, 2-hour parking, and loading up the neighborhood with cars?
Well, I'm kind of surprised that you would ask the question, because just like the streets surrounding South Orange, it was legal to park where our students were parking.
No, but you expressed that your intention, your interest
Correct.
was to build the campus such that it could contain all the activity of the university and not need to spill out.
Right.
And as I
And
said,
and that continues to be our interest as this school grows, to try and contain all of its parking within the 5 acres.
So you believe that 202 spaces is sufficient to contain the activity of this school within that site?
The 202 spaces, remembering we're also competing with the future use of the Graves House, which I don't think will be a huge drain on the parking. I think, again, there'll be some discussion about how many spaces we're anticipating that would be used for that. But there's still the shuttle, and there's the mass transit. So yes, I believe that between all of the options that we have available to us, that that we'll be able to contain the parking on the site if our application is granted.
Thank you.
I have some questions.
Mr. Shapiro.
Yeah, Mr. Cardini, I'd like to get a better, clearer understanding of the type of courses and curriculums that are embodied by the School of Health and Medical Science. I know you mentioned physical therapy, things, but I'd like to be a little more specific. Medical science, what does that pertain to? Is there any type of clinical training being used? Does it involve the use of medical equipment or substances or biological substances or toxic substances, or can you be a little more specific?
Well, as you've seen in the application, there's a gross anatomy lab plan for the site, and there is and then there are. I mean, nowadays, and again, the dean will speak in terms of more detail along this line, but there are simulation labs planned that would involve both models as actors who would be interacting with the students, as well as simulation dummies that are monitored from a viewing booth. Where then the students are observed from how they're interacting with either the models and or the simulation dummies. So, yeah, the answer is there's not an extensive amount of chemicals or anything, but there is that, as there is associated in particular with the gross anatomy lab. I think perhaps
which I didn't hear that. Which lab?
I think the gross anatomy lab obviously has, formaldehyde and
use
materials.
cadavers.
Yes. So, but I don't know if you've ever been in a gross anatomy lab, even with my business and English background I have. It is not, there's nothing not a great deal of fumes. There are some fume hoods that'll be associated with it, but I've been at some institutions that just have general room ventilation higher up in the ceiling. So we're not talking about anything that is going to be intrusive to the neighborhood.
So it's not generating, in a sense, medical waste or biological waste?
Only in that is associated with the cadavers.
I see. Thank you.
Along the lines there, are you going to be running any clinics?
No.
No patient clinics?
Well,
No
I
comings
mean,
and goings
there's-
of patients?
No.
Generating income?
No treatment, is that what your
Yeah,
question?
with treatment, that's you're training people, and I'm a, it's a reasonable
That has
question.
not been the case
Okay.
in the years that the SHIMS has existed on campus, and there's certainly no plan to do that. If we were going to do that, that would take more space than we would have at the site.
Yes, I just had a question about the students who are in this particular school. Will they be limited to that school, or will there be courses like, maybe they're required to take calculus or something? Will they be going back and forth to the main campus to take other classes that are outside of their specialization but nonetheless required?
again, when the dean speaks, he can address that in more detail. As those of you who have students in college now, I know at least one of you have spoken about that. There are now crossover programs that allow some undergraduates to begin taking classes that later count towards their graduate program. So, allowing, again, you're dragging me into an area that I'll answer your question, but the dean will do a better job of it. But there's some crossover, and it's our plan that that's primarily how where the shuttle comes into play.
I have another question.
Okay, well, let's see, Mr. Breen, do you have other questions?
No.
Okay, Mr. Shapiro?
Will there be classes given on Friday nights and over the weekend at the time when the temple is active across the street?
The hours of the school generally run from beginning at 8 in the morning and then and trickle and build through the day and then begin trundling off at 7 to 9 at night. There may be some activities that go a bit later. And I misspoke when I met with some of our adjoining neighbors. There are no Saturday classes.
But there are Friday evening classes?
There are classes ending Friday. I mean, there are no classes Friday evening.
They end at 5.
And we have been asked our willingness to discuss the use of parking lots with.
And no classes
with
on
the
Saturday? Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, I got a couple questions. You may not be the one to answer these, but I'm going to sort of pick up on somewhat of what Mr. Parlapiano was talking about. When we started with the parking deck application, we wrestled and we sort of dragged out how the number of parking spaces was come to. How was that number of whatever it was, 560 net gain spaces? Where did that come from? Was it just grabbed out of thin air? Was it based on how big the garage you could actually think you could build? And I guess I'm wondering, based on the information you've given us about the number of students and the number of faculty and the size of the school, how the number of 200 came to be. Is it obviously, I assume that all the students aren't there, all 576 aren't there at one time.
Correct.
But to me, one of the big concerns about this site is how much parking there is on site and where it's located. And for me, I was sort of surprised now to find out that most of these students in this program are now on the campus. So I'm wondering why parking can't be, why you can't take more advantage of the shuttle and have people park in that beautiful new garage we approved and bring them over to lessen the parking demand on campus, on this new campus.
Well, I mean, I think I attempted to kind of answer that already. All of us, and we had the conversation as we talked about the parking garage, all of us look to find parking as we approach the mall close to where we're going to enter. It's the same thing with the students. To offer to these young professionals that they will be always parking on campus and then driving down or taking a shuttle down to this campus. It would I think be not a desirable situation. The shuttle it would principally be used for people who have ancillary purposes that go back and forth. That might be some of the undergraduates who are taking classes. It might be some of the faculty who are just coming up to campus for a meeting. But it's our interest to provide enough parking on site to not only keep our people on the site, but also make it a desirable, from their perspective, a desirable choice to come to this location to take their classes. And again, much the same way we all could have taken a shuttle to come here this evening, but probably none of us did.
But the thing that we have to wrestle with is that, you know, we have to weigh what's best in that location for the town as well. And to me, when I look at the site plan, 202 parking spaces on that site is a lot to swallow. And this school in this location doesn't exist yet. And I think that it would be a matter of training people, since it's not really changing behavior, since this school is just starting to be located in this location, that if X people had to shuttle on a daily basis, that could be a behavior that was ingrained from the start. It's just, you know, I understand where you're coming from. Obviously, you want to get as many cars on site, and I don't blame you, but we have to also look at it as, is that really what's right for that site?
One thing about students when they're making their choices to come to a certain program, they are, each year, that group of students is making a choice between this institution and that institution based on the amenities that they see that institution is offering. One of them is nearby parking and a safe location. So parking on, you know, whether it's on the street or having to take the shuttle, it's our desire to have these spaces there and available for the faculty and the students, the nucleus, the core of the students, to park on the site. Anything beyond that, we're going to try and deal with the shuttle and or the train.
Have you, I think you were starting to say it when Mr. Shapiro was asking you a question, have you looked in at all as to some sort of shared agreement with Shari Tefilo across the street? Because they have a nice big parking lot that is not full during the weeks for the most part.
We've had a conversation. It was asked whether or not we'd be willing to share that during some peak times, particularly their peak times. That's yet to be done, and I don't know what their needs are. The sisters tell me that was only during the high holy days that was taking place. So I don't think that the school, I don't know that we're having I don't know that the Temple would be interested in providing the parking lots for us on an ongoing basis, on a daily basis, even if we were withdrawing during their peak times. My guess is that it would only be on the exceptional times that the sisters and the Temple share their parking lots. But again, I think we need to be a little bit deeper into this before I'm going to know that. But my guess, I would just have to believe that is going to be the limitation. We can't. The university is planning to make a sizable investment in this property, not only in the short term, but long term. It's our interest and we don't even know what we're going to do with the Graves house yet, but because we know it's important to the neighbors and to the community, it's our interest to work with you on that. But in terms of us acquiring this property, we need to know that it's going to be useful for us with, for us in the long run.
I just have one follow-up question, and this gets back to the question of location, but I'll keep it at a macro level and wait for the Dean for the more specific questions.
Location?
But you operate the law school in Newark, and one of the things that you advertise about the law school in Newark is that it's an ideal location for a law school because it is surrounded by other universities. I'm reading from your website here. There are outside libraries, including the state's largest public library, federal, state, county courthouses, a 10-minute walk away, and lots of law firms, so that there's a community there that makes citing a law school there a good choice, right? It's a place where there's a symbiotic relationship among the school, other schools, and professionals. Given that this school has relationships with a number of hospitals, did you explore that same type of situation where citing a health services school in a community of either other schools like that or near a hospital that you have relationships with and programs with made sense?
Well, the law school is at one of our choices to remain in Newark with the law school was because there's a substantial legal community right there across the street.
That's right.
Regarding your question with hospitals, as I'm sure you see in the newspapers, there are a number of issues and challenges that are associated with UMDMJ. I would categorize them as issues, and challenges I would categorize
St. Michael's
with St. Michael's.
Right.
Those are the two facilities that we currently partner with. I expect that those opportunities and the future of those arrangements are going to be changing, and we cannot build a program on those uncertainties. So it's our interest to grow this program because it's one of the colleges that we have that has a lot of growth potential, but we need to be able to locate it and structure it in a way that it has the facilities and services that it needs. And I don't believe, and again, this is now me speaking as opposed to knowing, and I don't think anyone really knows what's fully going on with everything down in Newark. There's enough uncertainty there to not be able to make substantial plans for.
Okay, thank you.
Does that help?
I don't know that it helps, but it's a complete response. How's that? I mean, I think given the nature of this program, as I understand it, where there are a lot of internships, and part of the program is that the students are working closely with different hospitals around the area, and given that there might be something there that would.
In Newark.
It might be something there somewhere, right? I mean, you have relations with a number of hospitals. Trinitas, obviously. I think Barnabas, there's some, I mean, each program seems to have different relationships. And so.
Well, our interest was to focus on working with South Orange and remaining in South Orange. The university obviously isn't going to go anywhere. We could launch off into some distant location. But it's our interest to work with South Orange, and as goes your future, so goes our future. So our interest in Mary Lawn is an investment in South Orange, not just an investment in the School of Medical Education.
Thank you.
Mr. Garabini, I have a few questions. Mr. Coakley said there are 570 students and 57 faculty currently.
That's the
in the whole health and medical sciences school, across the various programs?
I did say that, and I think that's correct.
That's correct. Okay. And you said that you plan to grow. Maybe it's in here. I've been looking for it. I missed it. How many students do you plan to be able to teach within Mary Lawn? Is it going to be more than 570? Is it going to be fewer?
Again, I don't want to steal the thunder of the dean when his moment comes, but he will speak to that in more detail than me. He's not only developing those plans, but I think he's being held, maybe his feet are held to the fire to work on those plans.
Okay.
Right, Dean?
Well, we'll get that question from him in just a minute. The other question, these schools are currently operating principally on your main campus. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you didn't mention a nursing school. Are you going to be bringing the nursing school over?
No.
That's a separate...
A separate college, right.
Okay. All right, so not the nursing. Had you considered alternative schools, programs, parts of programs for Mary Lawn, other than what you're just doing right now? Be more specific. For example, what you're, like Mr. Don said, what you're proposing is going to require extensive amount of parking. You're proposing it to use the facilities in the evening, which is what a university does, but that can intrude upon residential enjoyment. And so had you considered, for example, this is just hypothetical, bringing in the PT school instead of the whole kit and caboodle, or the OT school, or bringing in some other graduate program, the seminary, I don't know, something else like that that might not be as demanding upon parking, for example?
Well, I'll go back to one of the earlier questions regarding the programs that require a lot of cross-enrollment, and nursing, a bachelor's degree in nursing includes English, psych, social, et cetera. Anything else that you could think of, also includes back and forth more than any of this program would. This is a very more discrete and self-contained program.
Other questions?
I just had one. Actually, I just wanted to follow up on something that Mr. Don had said, and he said, I assume that the 570 students that you have are not all there at one time. And do you have a feel, or could you give us an idea of, what does a typical day look like? I mean, are there 300 students there at a time? Are there, how many do you expect to have on campus at any one time?
I mean, therein lies how we measured that the parking would be sufficient if we were able to gain the 202 spaces. The dean can, again, speak to anything regarding what we see is going on throughout the day, more than myself. I would know that, but I think if you could save that question for him.
Okay.
Other questions? Mr. Adler.
So you were talking about the school building. Besides no dents in the lockers and the original blinds, I mean, I take it your engineers, your structural civil engineers went in there and gave you a report, said it's good? It's okay.
Let me be clear what I said, so in case Sister Barbara Ayers is listening. There are no dents in the lockers.
Exactly.
So, but our engineers have been through the building, and the building is very sound. It's the services, it's the electrical in particular that is not up to what current needs would be. And that's one of the issues that would have to be upgraded.
And
Probably the entire HVAC operation.
Okay. Were your engineers in the Graves house?
Yes.
What'd they say?
They said what I said. The building was gutted for demolition. In terms of structurally, the building, there were some issues that the nuns have dealt with some years ago regarding adding some new beam in the basement and new lolly columns. But the building is sound, structurally sound. Each day that we wait, it's not going to remain as stable as the building that we looked at a year ago. Without the entire winter was rough on it. No heat, no electric. The sisters, at one point in time, we had to encourage them to run an extension cord, some power into the building, because the sub pumps were not running. There was no dehumidification in the basement. You can guess, I don't have to take you where what problems could arise from that. And now as we approach the warmer weather again, we're very interested in getting, if this building, this property is going to be ours, getting in there as soon as possible to stabilize that, get some moderate heat into it, dehumidification, and then decide, what our future is. But I don't need to tell you what a building can, but particularly the plaster walls and what's left of the floors, what the humidity is going to do to that over time, let alone if there's any mold issues. In addition to that, I had the occasion of being at the police department yesterday, and some of your council people kept pointing to the stone house. I don't know if you've been in there, but I think the residents that have taken up that house populate probably 80% of your raccoon population. And we've seen evidence that there is activity now beginning to encroach into the Graves house. So our interest is to get into that, to stabilize that building as soon as possible.
Could you put dehumidifiers in now? I mean, does your...
The sisters have, as I said, run extension cords over. It's not our property, so we didn't do that, and we couldn't do that. But and so they have several dehumidifiers running and the sub pumps, but there was no heat because the heat pipes were wrapped with asbestos, and they were just literally cut off and yanked out so they could, as part of the asbestos abatement.
You also mentioned that the classrooms have therapy tables, not desks. What goes on the therapy table?
Well, I'm glad that you've been able to get to be older than 30 years old and never have to get some physical therapy. But a therapy table is just a table that you would be able to rest on while you received some physical therapy, whether it's athletic training, et cetera.
Yeah,
So
I
it's-
understood that didn't go on in the school.
Excuse me?
I thought, is there any clinical, is there
There's
any?
no
thera-
clinical, but they may be working on each other and practicing on each other. We're not bringing outsiders into the
Oh,
building.
okay.
But there needs to be some hands-on activity and practice before they go out and work on patients.
Okay, and finally, you said you partner with UMDNJ and St. Michael's. What is that partnership?
Besides perhaps coming to an end. St. Michael's, I believe, is principally the gross anatomy, where our students have access to gross anatomy lab, and UMDMJ, where they have access to simulation labs. And again, the dean can speak more to that.
Okay.
You're dragging me out in the thin ice, Mr. Adler.
Any other questions from the board members?
Just one follow-up. Oh, sorry.
Any other questions from the board members? Did you have something, Mr. Coakley?
I'll wait till the end.
Now for our experts or our engineer, do we have any questions?
I think our questions would be, or my questions would be better directed to the dean. So I will defer.
Susan?
And I agree with that.
Sal?
Yes, I agree, and I think also their transportation engineer, their traffic engineer, should answer a lot of the questions regarding the parking situation, commuters, things like that.
Okay. So now we open up for questions from the public for Mr. Garabini. And again, we ask you to ask questions of what Mr. Garabini said. And you can see, you know, if it's something for the dean, you can ask the dean. Of course, Mr. Garabini will let you know if he can't answer it, but these are questions. They're not statements. I'm going to call on Ms. Janine Bauer first. And I'm calling on her first. I've known her work as a member of the Board of Trustees. I've seen her, she knows how to ask questions. I'm calling her first also because she will probably ask questions that many of y'all might want to ask, and it might avoid repetitive questions. So, Ms. Bauer, you want to come forward? I don't know if Ms. Bauer is representing anybody or herself.
Good evening, Mr. Garabini. How are you?
Good evening.
And Mr. Coakley, how are you? Members of the board, and I'm not representing anybody other than myself. I do live in the neighborhood, 416 Clark Street. I just want to, since this is the 30,000-foot witness, I want to hold back and ask two questions, which admittedly will probably have a lot of sub-questions depending on how you answer those questions. But it principally goes to location, which is one of the primary subjects that the board members ask you about. Why this location? Why not another location? How can you fit on this location? What are your future plans for this location? So on and so forth. But, Mr. Coakley, when you began the application, you indicated, at least according to my notes, that this was part of your 70D variance was that this was a inherently beneficial use. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, you did.
And is that because it's a school?
Yes.
Is there a part of the land use ordinance in South Orange that defines the university as a school?
Case law.
As I read the Yanow versus Seven Oaks Park case, institutions of higher learning are not schools entitled to the inherently beneficial use shortcut for 70D variances.
I'd refer you to the recent Monmouth University case, which
Okay.
held that Monmouth University is inherently beneficial use.
Right. That's an appellate division case, and I cited a Supreme Court case. Just saying.
Yeah, I think, my opinion, a university is an inherently beneficial use, in that case so held, and it's the most recent case on the subject.
Okay. So if it were, and we would not concede that it's an inherently beneficial use, but if it were an inherently beneficial use, by the way, are you asking for a 70D1 and a 70D2 variance, or just one of those?
D1.
D1, okay. As part of the SECA balancing test that you referenced in your initial presentation.
Excuse me, are these questions for me or
Well,
for the witness?
I think they're for both of them.
Normally attorneys aren't cross-examined by a...
I know that, but I'm going to tie it up, and I think the chairman will rule me out of order if I don't. Okay? So give me a little latitude. Under the SECA balancing test, which you referenced in your opening, when you referred to this as an inherently beneficial use in order to get to your positive criteria or your special reason shortcut, as I call it, there's a three-pronged test, and that's under, before you even get to the SECA balancing, the zoning board must identify the proposed use and delineate its function. That's the first prong. So my question for Mr. Garbini with respect to this particular location is, what exactly is the proposed use? Because since you said you need those 202 parking spaces to make it fully functional for the long term, even though you're only going to issue 101 parking spaces to the students themselves, what is the university envisioning for its, quote, proposed use and function?
I would suggest that our application address that. That there is ultimate growth for the program that we anticipate, and I don't know what else, other than what's in the application, you're looking for.
So when you say growth, you mean beyond the 560 students and the 72 faculty and staff?
Well, to fit, enough growth to fit into that site, yes. Yeah.
I didn't understand that answer.
Yeah, we're anticipating additional growth of the program.
Beyond the 560 and the 72?
Yes.
Okay. And the second prong is establish how the proposed use is integrated into the core function of the inherently beneficial use. So if it's an institution of higher learning, I guess that satisfies that. And the third is establish why this specific location of the proposed use is necessary to advance that purpose. So why is this specific location necessary?
Why this site is specifically
necessary?
Necessary?
Yeah.
I guess one could say if this board and the community feel that the university should look elsewhere, and you will end up suggesting that we do so. But it was as I indicated to you, it's our intention not only to invest in this college, but also to invest in South Orange. So if you're directing us to another community, I guess we'll hear that at the end of this process.
Well, I'm not directing anything.
I was turning to this group.
Are you?
But I think your question actually was leading to that point, wasn't it?
I'm just trying to figure out what the future beholds for this, because it seems like a lot of parking and a lot of intensity for a relatively small site that was used for a much more modest school use, but I can't get into opinions now. I'm just asking questions. So my next question is, you said that you believe the spaces will accommodate the students that you propose now for the site, even though you're only going to issue 101 parking spaces. What is the factual basis for your belief?
Well, again, when we get into the parking discussion, though, there is the ebb and flow of students coming and going, and I think that speaks a lot to how that many students will, and that will allow for our growth to fit into the available parking.
Okay.
And we have enough experience with that based on what we observe on campus.
I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this point, I want to take a quick break for everybody. Use the facilities if you need to, get a breath of fresh air, and we'll return before 10 minutes. Back on, back in session, and we're at the part right now where we're having questions from members of the public for Mr. Garabini. Do you have any other questions from members of the public for Mr. Garabini? Come on forward, please. Hi. Can you go ahead and state your name and residence?
Okay, my name is Arijit Sengupta. I am a resident of 53 Stuart Place. My question is, in the presentation you said that Sydenham Hall is there wants to stay in South Orange and you also expressed how nice the building was a while ago, and it was kind of intention of keeping it like that. But my question is that based on your presentation, it seems that you'll be at least quadrupling the size of the students and the faculty compared to the one that Maryland had when the full school was running. And with this increased size of population using that space, how do you think that it would impact the nearby community property values, or how would it impact? What is your guess?
Well, it's our intention to enhance the neighborhood. Currently, you have a school that was once a premier prep school in Essex County that is now exiting. It has now been vacant for a year by a letter that I've received from one of the neighbors. It's already evident that there's been some activity, nefarious activity, on these 5 acres that concerns them. So I would think, you should all be very concerned about getting someone in there as soon as possible, other than the raccoons. Then I would expect that, I guess the question you've got to ask yourself is, if not, admittedly, we are different than a girls' prep school. The question is, if not us, who will work with you? And we've been looking at how we can minimize the impact on traffic on the local streets, the aesthetics, the amount of resources we have to spend not only on the building, but in South Orange, such as, well, however you feel about that, our substantial contribution to the facility we're standing in right now, and other contributions that we're willing to make. Our intention is to, in fact, try and stay in South Orange, invest in this site, and make that work for you, as opposed to, if not us, then I don't know who you have in mind instead of us.
But that was not the question. The question was, because of this overpopulation, do you think it would be, what would be the impact?
I think he answered the question. He thinks that the property values will increase.
Right, and I think we will work with you to manage traffic flow. You have a train station right at the edge of your property right now that has traffic activity. We have discussions to try and channel our traffic to the intersection with the traffic light. We're willing to sit and have conversation, as we've already had several with not only the HPC, but then 2 conversations with neighbors, adjoining neighbors, and we've taken some of their considerations to heart, and some of the landscaping issues that you'll see will be addressing that. And it is an iterative process. Each time, it's not as if if this were to happen, then we're done in terms of having conversations with you. We'll continue to have conversations. And one of the comments that had been made in one of their earlier meetings with the neighbors was that, how do we control that if people are coming out the exit, they are turning, even though the sign says no left turn, what if they are making left turns? I submitted to them, and I submit to you that these young professionals are very mindful of the recommendations that they're going to need, and they're going to be responsive to what the administration says about them in the future. So this, more so than, say, perhaps our undergraduates, these young people will be compliant and respect the neighborhood. So I admit it is a change from a prep school of young women, but it's something that I think that we can work together and we can manage and have a positive outcome for both Montrose, South Orange, and Seton Hall.
I have one more small question, that is, with the that many parking in front of that big building, I don't remember the name of the building, the historic building, do you think that that won't be detrimental to the aesthetics or historic nature of the building?
You'll see our parking plan for that area. Obviously, I don't necessarily know that. By your question, I think you're implying that you don't think it will be aesthetically pleasing. Obviously, we will put plantings around it and to improve the appearance of it. But I would submit to you more than the parking in front of the Graves House, that the Graves House itself and our plans for it, and what we do with every building that we've acquired in South Orange, the house itself will improve in appearance as well as the rest of the school. So ultimately, when we're done, that parking in front of the Graves House, you won't even notice it. You'll be pleased with the rest of the property.
Okay. Thank you.
And I'm not tall. Okay. Hi, my name is Janet Scrobe. Good evening to everybody, and I have a couple of questions. The one, I just want a little clarification on what your position is at the university. It's facilities, HR, and IT.
Yes.
And as facilities, is it infrastructure management? Is it proposed spaces? Is it acquiring spaces? Is it forecasting?
Yes.
Okay, there we go. Okay. So you also mentioned a while ago that you were building on the main campus, or the campus, because it is the campus, right? You have one campus in South Orange now.
In South Orange and the law school in Newark, yes.
Okay. In South Orange, you have one campus?
Yes.
Okay. In the university zone? Okay. So what construction is occurring now? There's some expansion of classrooms?
There is a building that was constructed in 1887 that has over time has had structural issues. We looked to try and restore that building, but we couldn't. So it's not historic registry at least. So that building came down, and a building that is similar in appearance has gone in its place that houses classrooms.
Okay, so is it housing more classrooms and a higher student population?
It does have more classrooms than were there before, yes.
Okay, and the planning for that started when?
The planning for that started 2 years ago.
2 years ago,
Yeah.
okay. And then the concept of this school, or when did this school
That
consolidate?
probably about a year ago.
So this school itself is something within the year?
Yes.
And then the classrooms that it's housed in at Seton Hall now, you said they're in different buildings?
They are in a number of different buildings, yeah.
Okay.
None of them were housed in the building that we took down.
Okay.
Nor would any of them go into the building that is in it, replacing it.
Okay.
And then the other two projects were the parking garage, which I'm sure you've heard something about.
Right, I got a little background on that, appreciate
some
it.
additional spacing in the residence hall, a residence hall.
And then the relationship with the hospitals that you have now are both in Newark?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's within the past year or two that this relationship occurred?
No, that is long-standing relationship since the School of Medical Education was first created a number of years ago.
Which is separate than what we're talking about
That's
today? Okay.
correct.
So then, I think I also heard, and this is why I'm asking for clarification, that medical, and I'm not as familiar with the hospitals in Newark, St. Michael's?
St. Michael's is
Okay.
one of them, yes.
That's where the Gross Lab is located?
Gross Anatomy Lab,
Gross
yes.
Anatomy, okay. So on campus right now at Seton Hall, the Gross Anatomy Lab is not located?
We do not have a gross anatomy lab on campus, no.
Okay. So at the present time, Seton Hall themselves is not managing the arrival and departure of cadavers?
That's correct. We
Okay.
have some of our other programs have fetal pig and other biological.
Like the high schools?
Oh, okay.
Frogs,
But
pigs,
maybe
right?
not frog, a little bigger
Okay.
than frogs.
A little bigger? Okay. So how will that be handled? That will be under your,
No, that falls under a unit within academic affairs. It's just much the same way that chemical management in the chemistry departments are disposed of and managed. It's generally with an outside vendor.
okay, but somebody manages the outside vendor, that's not under your,
No, that's in academic affairs, which is
Okay,
academic
which is
vice
separate.
president as opposed to administrative vice president.
okay, and that's something they've not done before?
Right. Is there a
Okay.
specific question other than?
Well,
my
what struck
scope
me
of
was
response?
that presently, right now, Seton Hall is not dealing with cadavers, a hospital is dealing with it, and now that's something that will be managed and is being proposed for a residential neighborhood.
That is, well, there's a statement of fact that is true, but in terms of, I can assure you that while that may not be appealing to you, because you look healthy.
Oh, you never know it's appealing to Janet.
It's surprising to me, with my, as I indicated already, my business and liberal arts background, how easily it is that these things are managed and without probably the knowledge of people bordering the campus.
Okay, and part of it I was thinking about also because Seton Hall is a religious institution, and I didn't know if there was an issue with having cadavers on campus.
Not at all.
Okay, that's not an issue.
No, the Catholic hospital, St. Michael's is a Catholic hospital.
Okay, well, it's a hospital. Okay, all right. I don't know. Okay.
But it's Catholic.
And I guess you do funerals in churches, so I'm not really sure. The other thing is you would be in charge of security, maintenance, air conditioning, noise mitigation, sewerage, whoever's on campus. So can you describe how you would be handling? It sounds like what's being proposed is a university zone across the street from me. And what and how would Seton Hall deal with it? Because it's basically a mini campus.
The term university zone has to this group a different meaning, but from your perspective, it is a mini university campus, yes.
Right.
So we've already looked at it as to how we think we might manage it. We obviously need to understand, and I don't want to pretend that we don't have some understanding, but we need to work with the neighbors to find out their concerns beyond some correspondence I received.
I live across the street. I haven't had any knock on the door.
Excuse me?
I live across the street. Nobody from the university has knocked on the door.
Well,
So let's go back to the question. I don't mean to deviate. How would you handle it?
I was asked to attend a gathering on a Sunday afternoon, which didn't fit with my personal
But
schedule.
besides
And
all that, let's
since
go
you
back to
said that,
security.
allow me to finish, okay?
Okay, sorry.
But I asked for that to be rescheduled. But in the ensuing week, I received a multiple-page statement or a series of questions which suddenly indicated that this was just more than a casual get-together where we could share ideas and concerns, that this was more something that I would need to come with an attorney than come face-to-face. So I'll give you my business card.
Okay.
And I'll challenge you to come up to campus, and we can talk about your personal concerns living across the street, as we have met with some of the neighbors who have adjoined, whose properties adjoin.
Okay.
within
Let's
the
go
block.
back to security for the group. Security, maintenance. Let's go through security. When I go on the main campus, there's a security guard, and it's basically a contained area.
Right.
Describe what will happen at this mini campus.
Our intention.
Proposed mini campus.
Our intention is that it would be part of the security patrol. It'll be alarmed for fire and so forth during the periods of times that the building is closed, in the evening. It will have, it possibly have in the elevator tower, which you're going to get to see later, there could be a controlled entrance where a guard could be present. There have been, in the letter that I referenced earlier, there was some concern regarding activity coming up the railroad tracks or up Scotland Road, and what would the university do about that? This is something, if we are going to partner together, that we want to sit down and discuss that with you. Obviously, we're not a police force, so we can't patrol so much outside of our property.
But will you be patrolling the property itself?
Obviously, yeah.
Okay, so what do you
We have
anticipate for
security-
guards?
We have a security force that, which is not an armed security force, that patrols our campus.
Right, but considering all the cars that are in one spot and people and cars
Right.
don't mix, what do you anticipate, or what have you budgeted, what have you figured in your proposed plan as far as security?
We are budgeting a security presence on the site.
One, two?
Again, I don't think we have that full level of detail. I would want to get an understanding as to, you know, where you're jumping a rather de minimis expense compared to the rest of what we're looking at in terms of operating this building. You know, a security guard or two it doesn't speak to a lot of an operational expense. If in fact we see that need either initially or subsequently, not only from our own perspective, but in the future, we'll meet that need. Once if we take possession of this property, obviously we're not going to be walking away from it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know. So when you're referring to growth, what is growth? Because you can't go up, you got to go out. And if you go out, you're covering up your parking. So what's the proposed growth? What's the plan?
The
forecast?
The growth, you know, the total growth, again, I think the dean will speak to that, but I think I kind of did comment that, you know, while the total enrollment is showing at 570, we may have more of you know, and the dean will speak to that. There are a number of people who may be enrolled in the program who are begin in their first year taking classes and then are out in clinicals. They are all part of that original number. So if any other growth that we're talking about may be the number of people present on site versus the number of people totally in the program that aren't present on site.
But you've really only done this for about a year, is that correct?
Excuse me?
You've only done this for about a year?
I've only done what for a year?
The school?
The school has been began in, what was it, more than 8 years ago, 1987. So that's, I think, more than a year.
So this specific college that you're talking about?
Was instituted, yes.
Oh, so it's been active. I thought you said it was more recent, a year.
No, I don't.
No, he never.
Okay, so it's been since 1987 that this college program has existed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and all that time it's been disseminated throughout the classrooms and the hospitals?
Like anything else, it has grown on campus, right? But and like the need in our population is growing as well, as many of us who are starting to gray. I think I think that they are providing an opportunity for a school that has these services. So, yeah, while it was established in '87, it has grown, and the dean has added some programs over the years. And again, he'll be able to speak in detail of what has been added.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Garabini, I have a question for you. I should have asked earlier. Seton Hall owns several properties off the main campus.
Yes.
You might be able to list them or not, but are any of them involved right now with the sort of similar clinical, not clinical, but education of students, where students are coming to those places and taking classes?
No, there are, as I think we talked about, I think in a prior application, there's the Ring building is an office building. The building that we acquired, 519, is an office building. The doctor's office is our infirmary. Or Manor on Valley Street which was a 30-unit condominium as housing, etc.
Okay. We have other questions from members of the public? Come on forward, please. Please state your town and residence. Your town and residence. Let's stop now. Your name in town.
Davin Shkusky, 417 Vose Avenue. I just, to follow on the security thing, but it has relatively little to do with security and more with ongoing aesthetics. Do you anticipate, because once again, just like your main campus kind of sort of starts to abut on Newark, this sort of starts to abut onto East Orange. Do you anticipate a time in the future that you wall off this entire area and thus create a fortress within our community?
No.
We have other questions.
Hello, I'm Marilyn Anzeski. I live at 63 Stewart Place.
Nice to see you again.
Thank you. I had a question sort of following up our meeting about hours of operation. You spoke of the classes being held from 8 a.m. till 9 p.m. at our meeting. Is that correct? Monday
Yes,
through Friday?
It's 8 a.m. and to, let's see, I think they begin to trundle down and by 7.
Okay.
Yeah. And I corrected myself at our meeting.
Mm-hmm.
I indicated that I thought that we had some activity on Saturday, and I was incorrect when I said yes.
Okay.
And apparently, the dean also corrected me that we don't have evening classes on Friday.
Okay.
So.
No, but as a part of hours of operation, there's deliveries, there's building startup, there's cleaning afterwards. What is the span around the classrooms, right? And events, right? We were talking about that there'd probably be events.
I would greatly expect that you would see virtually no activity outside of what was happening now.
Well,
the delivery right now, we're not planning a full cafeteria, so there are not going to be unusual food deliveries. They're, housekeeping. The square footage is not increasing greatly, so it's going to be about the same amount of normal housekeeping that takes place. So, I really don't expect that you will see that, other than the fact that, we will spend time maintaining the building, cutting the lawns, the hedges, and so forth, which may have slipped in some more recent years.
I think my concern is more that the impact it's going to have on the environment, right? And our space, our landscape as being residential. It goes from, I'll be waking up to hearing trucks coming and deliveries and things like that, to going to bed at night, hearing, seeing lights coming into, car lights coming into the driving area, the parking lots, and the lights on in the building, the lights in the parking area over top. It has a commercial feel, where now, as you're saying about the use, it doesn't have a commercial feel.
And we had this conversation. I'll repeat what I said. There's kind of got to be a give and take. The one correspondence that I received indicated concern regarding security in the area.
It wasn't my concern.
It wasn't your concern?
No,
So
no,
you have
I haven't. I mean, there's bunnies and there's deer running through. I haven't seen any sort of things that would make me concerned about that. But again, So the hours of operation aren't going to be limited to the classroom, and you can understand that concern, right? It's residential now, and it will then be spill out, both visually, light, noise, pretty much, 14 to 16 hours out of the day, and then possibly with events, then that will creep into Saturdays and Sundays and off hours, because you're not going to have events the same time
I
as
can't
classes.
promise how we might use the property on a weekend or, or one evening, or how even you might ask to use the property on one weekend or an evening. I mean, one of the first things that was asked of us was, will the Graves House be made available to the community for use? I'd rather not say, use your name and say, no, she doesn't want that. Because in fact, I don't think any of these things are, it's fine.
Well, I mean, you could imagine that impact is going to impact my use, right, of my property, my neighbor's property, our children playing.
I truly do not believe that, so we kind of just deconstructed your concern, I think, with cleaning, because I don't think the cleaning is going to be any different than was done when the sisters.
Well, after hours, which
right.
after hours is after 9
And
p.m.
kind of the same kind of thing, and a handful of people coming and going, it should not have an impact on your home. We had an extensive conversation regarding how we were going to shield the surrounding homes with vegetation and fencing or whatever they had. I think it was some fencing with some lattice work above it. Kind of seemed to hold your interest. We'll continue to have those conversations because we do want to have an interest in being a good neighbor. But there's not going to be food delivery trucks because we're talking about minor amount of meals, sandwiches being delivered from the campus. There's not going to be a great deal of any food preparation there. So.
But there's other services.
That you need to be just focused on is I think that we're talking about is it's the traffic of we're having a lot more people come and go than the 40 cars that may have been parking there when Mary Lawn was in operation.
But
Can I just correct one thing, which is we have a memo from Michael Marconi that says classes will begin at 7 and 7:30, not 8.
And what did I say, 8?
You said 8, right? So for what it's worth.
My understanding is, which is correct. If there's any classes that are beginning at 7, I can assure you there's going to be few and far between, and there won't be any notice. There's one class that starts at 7, I'm told.
But so the building has to open up, right? You have to prepare for the students. And to your point of that, the nuns that they have cleaning after they had finished school, but that's finishing school at 3, which means the cleaning crew is out by 6. In your case, it will be after 9 p.m., which minimum 2 hours. You're talking 11. So, our residential comfort that we have now, we won't have. You've got to see that. We are concerned. I'm concerned about the traffic, but I'm also concerned about the light that's going to be getting emitted from the building, from the parking lot.
Please try to keep it in terms.
Sorry.
I understand your concerns, but please try to ask questions that he can answer, just not merely state your concerns.
Okay.
Again, the housekeeping, the amount of housekeeping is going to be inconsequential. The activity should be inconsequential. As we discussed, we talked about And there's going to be a presentation on the lighting, which will be sensitive to ambient light and how it affects the surrounding homes. Well, you apparently aren't concerned about security. Others
Not its current use.
in the neighborhood expressed concern about some of the nefarious activity in the area. Our concern was just to have some lighting central to the parking lot, focused downward. It's my expectation very little there'll be really any of that spilling over onto your property, and if it does, we will entertain different types of plantings to try and protect your properties from that.
Okay.
I know exactly, like I said, I stood in your yard speaking to your husband. I know what your concerns could be, and we're looking to address that.
Okay, thank you.
Come on forward, please.
Just pick it up. I'm Eben Levy. I live at 59 Stewart Place in South Orange with my wife, 2 children, and dog. I have a question. I think I'm confused about the parking. You stated that you need parking on site to attract students. So if you're using these requested 202 parking spots as part of your package to attract more students and you succeed in attracting them, is there a point at which you change the business model and stop attracting students? Or do you come back to this board, as you've historically done, to request more parking?
First of all, I'll challenge you where you're indicating, where have we made an agreement with the village regarding access to a property where we have now come back to challenge that original agreement?
Well, it sounds like board members, I don't want to speak for the board, it sounds like board members here are a little frustrated that there's something before them with parking when you just put in 500 other spaces. My point is more specific to...
I think there are two different things. One implies that I may have misrepresented something earlier, as opposed to we're now creating a new...
No, I think what I'm getting at...
that wasn't anticipated on a site that we didn't know that might be available to us.
I guess maybe if I misstated things, the thing that I'm trying to get across to you in the question is that...
I'm just finishing your question. Our interest is investing in the village and South Orange. And our interest is to grow this program.
And it seems there's just been, I think, if I misstated the question, the thing I was trying to get across is it seems that there's been a history of Seton Hall needing more parking. And so in the event that you succeed in attracting more students to this zone that's already at or over capacity, how do you find places for more parking in this residential neighborhood?
I would suggest that if that were the case, we would outgrown the site, and we might then have to make other decisions. But obviously, just while this program resided on campus and we had the ability to grow, we didn't have an opportunity which we thought was an attractive opportunity that we felt that the village might also think was an attractive opportunity. Yeah, I understand the neighbor's concerns, but...
I guess it's confusing that you need both all of this parking and you need the buses, and part of the...
Talk into the microphone. Talk into the microphone, or they can't hear you.
Sorry, I guess just a follow-up question. It's confusing that you need all of this parking and you need the buses, but part of what you need this parking for is to attract more students, and then if you get more students, won't you then need more parking to attract more students? I guess the question is fundamentally about what's the business model. At what point is the program big enough?
If you recall...
I don't want to interrupt, but you're asking for him to answer a question based on something that hasn't happened yet. And if he has to come back, if he gets an approval here and they're wildly successful and they have to come and they want more parking, they'll be right back in front of us for another application. So I don't know what more of an answer he could give you than that.
Okay.
I'm
just looking at history, so thank you.
The short answer is I commented on the fact that the shuttle bus would primarily service any ancillary, whether it's undergraduates who are coming to the site or any folks who are coming to meetings on campus, rather than throw more cars onto the streets. I would assume, based on our conversations with you and others that we've had, that was something desirable, as opposed to having people going back and forth in their vehicles.
Good evening. My name is Jürgen Großrode, and I live at 370 Vos Avenue. My main concern is, quite frankly, traffic. I have two little children, both of them going to Terry Shafilo right now, which is already a very busy intersection, so I'm quite concerned about hundreds of additional cars in that area. But coming more specifically to a question, we've talked a lot about the shuttle bus going back and forth. And my question to you is, what is the number that you expect, and what would be the route? I assume those shuttle buses would go along Montrose Avenue to your main campus, to this one, and what is the number we can expect?
I believe the Seton Hall shuttle goes up and down, currently Scotland, but that, well, your own jitney. Let me ask you that. Where does the South Orange jitney go?
I don't even use the jitney, but that's not the point. My question is the shuttle. Which direction will the shuttle go, and what is the number that we can expect on a daily basis?
I don't know that answer to either one of those, because we're going to be meeting a need. My expectation, it's not going to be a great number. There'll be, right now, the shuttle, the shoe fly, as we call it, is not only has a route, but also responds to requests. So it might be that there is only a point when there's someone is looking to schedule a pickup and a drop-off. But I don't have the details on that, and you're asking me to anticipate something that will happen when we're creating, when we're into an operation.
Well, I understand a big part of this whole plan is the parking and the additional traffic that we can expect. And I understand that there's a direct correlation between the parking and the shuttle, because one affects the other.
Oh.
So I think it's very valid to ask the question of how many shuttles will we expect on a daily basis?
Again, I repeat, I don't know how many shuttles. I would have thought the big part of this was how do you view us as a neighbor reclaiming 5 acres that have been laying fallow in the last 12 months?
Well, I think this will turn into a very different discussion. I appreciate that you're interested in this property, and that's wonderful. But I'm concerned about the use of this property, and partly because of the additional traffic. And like you said, you want to offer shuttle buses, that's great. But I also see a real potential impact on the whole neighborhood and the people living in this residential neighborhood. And again, I have 2 little children who will walk to the Marshall School.
Sorry,
I'm very concerned about.
No, I'm going to interrupt here, because you're stating a concern that we on the board all know. Mr. Garabini knows it too, but we're asking questions of him. The questions you asked was, what about the shuttle? How many will be used? His answer was, I don't know.
Thank you. Then I don't have any additional questions.
If frequency is an issue, we will have conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have other questions. Mr. Adler.
Mr. Garbini, I think I wrote this down because your answer disturbed me greatly. and I want to make sure I got it correct. I think you said, I can't promise how we might use the property on weekends or evenings. Did you say it?
I did say that because...
I got to tell... All right.
No,
I have a concern.
Mr. Adler, you asked the question, I'll provide the answer. The original context was in a meeting with the neighbors, I made a comment that the program included Saturday classes. I was incorrect. And we don't have Saturday classes. If in fact there's a concern that we're going to use the property for anything other than an occasional ad hoc meeting, then which is going to be probably something very infrequent or small, you should perhaps make reference to that. But in your resolution to approve this site, but quite frankly, I've been receiving more requests for will the property be available for the neighbors, for the village to have access to it, both the school and or the Graves house if it's eventually, however we eventually restore it. Again, these are things that we can work on. It is not core to our investment in the property. It's something that I thought that both the village might be interested in as a possible activity on a weekend, or not.
Do you mean, for example, like if the municipality wanted to have a dinner or something in one of the halls? Is that what you mean?
And yes, the question particularly came up in the interest in the ballroom in the Graves house, not offering night or weekend programs for continuing education or something. And so the use of I wasn't suggesting that we don't know how we're going to use the property on weekends. I was suggesting that this program is not using the property on weekends.
I understand that it's not because that's in the papers.
Correct.
But it's a different thing from saying the program's not going to use it, and I don't know what use we'll make of it on weekends or evenings. It's a big difference. Right. And it's a concern. I'm just letting you know it's a concern. I just want to make sure that I got it right. And by the way, I'm not privy to what you've discussed with any particular neighbor or all of them.
And that's why I corrected myself when I talked about weekend use, offering classes, because I had mentioned this to the neighbors when we met with them. So I do not believe there's any plan. There are no plans to use the school on the weekends.
Okay, I understand that, but just to be clear, there's a difference between there are no plans to do something and it won't be done. And I understand there are no plans. I still have the same concern that we don't have a handle on being assured that there's nothing going to be going on weekends or nights. That's me. That's just me that's got that concern. So I raise it.
Mr. Gare, was that a question, or did you want to respond to that?
I think he just followed up his concern.
I don't think he explicitly stated. I think it was implied, but I want to make sure. Are you saying that there's not room on campus for you to do what you want to do here, either to rehab the classrooms that are currently used on campus or to devote them exclusively? Or is this just pure growth that you need to move here?
What I indicated is that this program has classrooms that have special needs. In particular, I was referring to the therapy tables. And when you have a classroom that is filled with therapy tables, you don't have the opportunity then to follow up to use that classroom for an English class or an accounting class, because it just doesn't work in a classroom filled with tables. I mean,
Okay, so then you're moving all of this off campus into this new site. So then that opens up other classrooms for other uses.
it allows this program to grow.
Well, you're going to be, allows this program to grow, frees up the classrooms on campus. Are you going to be bringing in additional students for your undergraduate?
Well, we obviously have a cap on both our parking and our existing classrooms. So no, I don't see that as being anything material in terms of the growth on campus.
Okay, that answers my question. Come on forward, please.
Hi, I'm Kate Ladding. I live at 59 Stewart Place. My question is sort of trailing off Mr. Adler's. If there's no intended weekend use for the school, is there going to be parking allowed on the weekends? And/or are the student body who have permits to park there going to be allowed to just park there as full-time parking, or is it just for day use?
I would say that absolutely not. No, we wouldn't have people from campus permitted to park there. I mean, there would be, I'm sure there will be different park permits assigned to people who are parking on this site, and that will be policed by our security.
So if classes aren't in session, then there's no parking allowed?
Yes.
Thank you.
I mean, if Mr. Coakley asked me, how about the faculty? If a faculty member were to come in, or the dean was to come in, I'm certain there's going to be some activity there. I really can't imagine that you want it to be empty over the weekend of that kind of, casual activity.
I have a question.
Mr. Shapiro.
I understand you don't contemplate any activities at the school for the weekend. Would the Graves house that's used for administrative offices be utilized over the weekend?
Probably even less so, unless there was going to be a function that was where either someone from the community, the neighborhood, or the university had a small cocktail reception or something. Because, I mean, if you've been if you've been in the house, it's not I referred to as a ballroom, but it's not all that big.
I understand, but as far as any routine administrative offices, they will not be operating on the weekend?
No.
Correct, thank you.
Somebody raising their hand, it's hard to see.
Gavin Chkuski, 417 Vose Avenue. I was quick last time, I'll be quick this time. When you first open, what is your % utilization going to be as far as students? And at what point do you anticipate getting to 100%?
I see the dean taking notes, and he'll be sure to answer that question for you.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Why don't you take this while you're...
We have other questions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So we move on now to the engineer, I believe?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give here this evening is the whole truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
It's Thomas J. Quinn, business address 328 Park Avenue, Scotch Plains, New Jersey.
Mr. Quinn, what is your profession?
I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of New Jersey.
All right, and how long have you been licensed?
Since 1997.
All right, and what is the scope or general nature of your practice?
We are site engineers and surveyors in our office. Also, we have a licensed planner, which I am not, but we have planning services in our offices.
All right, so you're here to give engineering testimony. Have you been qualified by the other boards as an expert in engineering?
Yes, sir. I've been doing this for almost 20 years now. I've been qualified for probably 100 boards or more throughout the state of New Jersey. Actually, I've appeared before the planning board here in the town of South Orange.
All right. All right, I'd like to offer him as an expert in the field of civil engineering.
Do we have any questions of Mr. Quinn? Okay, the board recognizes you as an expert in civil engineering.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
All right, were you involved in preparation of the plans that have been presented to the board?
Yeah, but I guess a point of order, just to describe the exhibits. What I'll be referring to my right here, is a set of the drawings that were submitted to the board. You should all have those, so I won't mark those. To my left is a color rendering.
Mr. Quinn, I'm going to ask you to mark that.
Oh, the site plan?
Yes, please.
Yes, sir. All the same or individual sheets?
No.
Okay.
All as one?
So the whole set I'll mark as A1 with today's date?
When's the date last revised?
The last revision date is
4/15.
4/15/14.
Now, that's the same that was submitted to the board, correct?
Right.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You want
That'll be marked A1?
So done. And then to my left, I've also brought a colored rendering of the proposed condition of the site, which I'll now go ahead and mark as A2.
That's just one page?
Yes, sir. It's a rendering of the site plan, which is one of the sheets in your set. Okay. So shall I just jump into, my intent here is to give you an overview of the existing conditions on the site and then the proposed conditions of the site, and bearing the chairman's admonition in mind, I won't get into too much minutia, but I'll gladly discuss in as much detail any of the components as the board wishes, and I'll be guided by your questions as to how deeply I get into any one issue in particular. So for the record, we're talking about Block 416, lots 3, 4, 8, and 9. There's 4 lots that the property contains. It's a total of 5.05 acres. It's located in 2 zones. The majority of the property lies in the R100 zone, and that would be the portion of the property that fronts along Scotland Road. The balance of the site then lies in the R75 zone, and that occupies the portion of the site that fronts on Vose Avenue. As you can see, the property lies in a block that's bounded to the southeast by Scotland Road, to the southwest by Stewart, to the northwest by Vose, and to the northeast by Montrose Avenue. We share that block with 7 other residential properties. As you can see on the depiction here, the site is outlined in the shaded area. We occupy 75 to 80% of that block. We also share a common property boundary with 4 of the residents, 4 of the 7 residential properties that occupy that block along with us. You all know the site as the former Marylawn High School site. We've talked about that and the fact that the site has been abandoned. The main features of the site consist of the Catholic school building, which is a 1- and 2-story building, occupies a footprint of about 30,000 square feet. The second feature of note structure of note would be the Graves Building. That's a 2.5-story structure, and it occupies a square footprint of about 4,000 square feet. There is an existing tennis court, which features 2 playing surfaces. It's about a 90 by 120-foot area. The existing site contains about 90,500 square feet of impervious surface, which is about 2.08 acres. And that comprises about 41.1% of the current site. The existing topography, because all engineers love to talk about topography, the existing topography ranges from an elevation of about elevation 227, and that's located near Scotland Road. And then the low elevation is elevation 179, and that's located near the vicinity of the current Vose Avenue driveway. So the site contains an appreciable amount of slope to it. The average across from the high point of Scotland to the low point on Vose Avenue, the average site grade is about 10%. Of that, 93% of the site contains slopes less than 15%, between 0 and 15%. There's a small portion of the site, roughly 7%, that contains slopes in excess of 15%. Those are largely located adjacent to the Vose Avenue side of the property. Currently, there are no stormwater management facilities on the property. There are a series of very small inlets that have been placed throughout the site to manage surface runoff, but there's no detention of any kind or any serious water management that's being implemented on that site.
Where do those inlets tie to now?
It's unknown to me, sir. I walked through the site, and they're really small inlets, 4 to 6 inch pipes, and I have no idea actually where they go. In the proposed condition, and I'll refer to the rendering to my left, the proposal is to add a small 1,000, I'm talking about footprints now, not square foot area. The architect will get more into the square footage area associated with all these additions. But we have a small 1,000 square foot footprint addition located roughly in the C portion of the building between the wings. There's also a roughly 5,000 square foot portion of the area located here that will have a second story placed on it. That's in the existing 1-story portion of the building that will be bumped up to add a second story. That will match the existing second story that remains on the a portion of the building. The plan is also to remove the existing tennis court and to remove an existing circulation drive that enters at the corner of Scotland Road and Montrose, winds its way along the front of the school, eventually tying into the back parking lot. That driveway was felt to be gratuitous and very circuitous, so it was eliminated. We're relocating the existing drive on Stewart Road, which is actually relatively close to Scotland Road and Stewart Road. We're locating that about 85 feet towards the north to give a little more distance between the intersection and the proposed driveway. We're also relocating relocating and widening and trying to flatten out the bottom of the existing Vose Avenue driveway, which, if you've been out there, is very narrow and quite precipitous. We are constructing a new paved parking area with Belgian block curb, and as you've heard, to provide 202 parking stalls. We're also removing a parking area, a rather cumbersome parking area, that's located in the C portion of the building, and replacing that with a green area, some landscaping for more of a courtyard feel. That will be also where the main entrance to the building will be located. In that area, we are also providing handicap stalls. Handicap stall placement was particularly challenging on this site because handicap stall requirements, slope requirements are 2%, no greater. So you need quite a bit of relatively flat area for handicap stalls. There's not a whole lot of flat area on this site. So we're basically cutting this parking lot out, lowering the grade about a foot, and providing ADA compliant handicap stalls as close as we could get them to the ADA entrance, which will be in this darker shaded area, the 1,000 square foot footprint area that I'd indicated earlier. We're also proposing to construct the new village-style lighting. Well, I shouldn't say new, but the village-style lighting, the kind of lighting that's been accepted in your town. These will consist of poles that are 12 to 14 feet high. We have ample landscaping we're proposing on site, consisting of approximately 50 shade and flowering trees, about 260 shrubs. The shrubs are largely to form a perimeter, sort of a landscape or a green wall, if you will, a green fence, around all perimeters of all proposed parking areas. We are proposing to construct 2 bioretention basins, basically at the low end of the parking area adjacent to Stewart Place. Another detention basin located again at the low area of the main parking feature, this basin being adjacent closest to Vose Avenue. These are relatively shallow basins. They're about 3.5 feet deep. They have a bioretention component to them, which means that they not only treat water quantity, but they treat water quality, and they provide recharge. All 3 of those components are part of the state stormwater regulation. Those are uniform, that's a uniform standard applied to the entire state for major developments. And a major development, as you probably have heard ad nauseum, is any development that adds a 1/4 acre of impervious surface and or disturbs 1 acre of land. The total post-development impervious coverage is about 118,000 square feet, or about 2.73 acres. So we're proposing at this time to add a net increase of about 0.65, or between 1/2 and 3/4 of an acre of impervious coverage. And as you heard, and you'll hear more of it from our planner, we have variances associated with the use, and a couple of bulk variances, which, as the attorney indicated, will be subsumed in the use variance application. That is a summary of the site. I have the sheets that you have with me. I will, without having me drone on and on about the site, I would be guided by you as to which components you would like me to get into more detail about and which you would not care to dive into. So at this time, I would gladly take any questions about the relatively brief overview that I've given about the existing proposed conditions.
Can you just point out where the deliveries entrance is, so when food or other supplies are delivered, and where garbage is, and what the route is for both?
Absolutely. The dumpster location is located here on the northerly edge of the site, immediately adjacent to the relocated Vose Avenue driveway. At this time, I think that they utilize this driveway here, the Montrose Road driveway currently, for service vehicles. I'm not sure if that's how it will remain, because this driveway is relatively narrow. We have widened the Scotland Road driveway and anticipated that this would be the main route for service vehicles because it's the widest and it affords the most maneuvering and circulation room. Again, I believe that service vehicles utilize this Montrose Avenue Drive as it exists currently. They may continue to use that. I'm not exactly certain what route they'll take, but since we're providing wider drives both on Scotland Road and Vose, they could choose to access and egress either one of those driveways. That's my guess.
You believe the driveway on Vose will be wide enough and sloped such that a large truck could get in and out of there?
Yes, sir. A large truck could easily operate that. Yeah. The driveway, the way this driveway is designed, you generally try to provide a flattish spot near the bottom of the drive. So we like to go 5 or 6% for a distance of about 20 feet to transition in. Following that, we have to follow the natural grade, which is about a 16% grade. And again, trucks can maneuver that. Once they get into the site, the trick is getting in and out of the site, especially now with the current narrow driveway configurations. But in terms of the slope, trucks will have no problem maneuvering that. It's my guess they would rather come in the Scotland Road and then go out because it'll be easier to go down that hill than it would be to traverse up.
How many different dumpsters are there, given that there'll be potentially food waste, office waste, and medical waste? Is it just one dumpster, or are there multiple garbage locations?
It's a single dumpster enclosure that we're proposing right now. There'll be multiple dumpster units within that, but it's anticipated that there'll be, within that dumpster enclosure, there'll be one dumpster for refuse, one for recycling. Now, we did not generate a waste or anticipate a waste generation for this site. What generally happens is facilities such as Seton Hall will hire a private hauler, and they'll schedule that hauler to suit the ability of the dumpster to handle the trash. So at this time, I can't tell you how many pickups there'll be, just that we have one dumpster for trash, one for recycling, and the school will schedule pickups based on how quickly
So
they...
you didn't do any planning for any waste that was segregated because it was medical waste?
Oh, no, sir. That's, my understanding is, and you may hear more about this later, but the medical waste is handled by a separate hauler entirely. It's not part of the regular trash stream.
But you, in preparing this plan, weren't asked to carve out a space for a specific dumpster or a loading dock or anything for medical waste?
That's correct.
You were not?
I was not asked.
And then how about other deliveries such as food or, office supplies? How are those routed, and where's the loading dock?
Right, okay. So, again, the main circulation, it's my guess the main circulation egress would be Scotland Road out to Vose Avenue. The loading area is located here on the northerly portion of the building, but what I would call the western wing. You'll see a little cutout in the green area you've created. That is currently the access to the cafeteria and to service the building, and that will remain such.
Okay, thank you.
Surely.
Mr. Don?
Okay, so I'd like to just go around the site.
Sure.
The entrance off of Montrose, I think when the school was in function, that was where the people pulled in to get into the parking lot to make their drop-offs. I don't understand why that driveway has to exist anymore. I mean, it doesn't seem to serve a real purpose, other than to put a big vehicle potentially on a very thin driveway.
I think the intent was, the school as it exists now has 6 points of access. There are...
We're going to get to those. Let's just
Okay.
focus on that one.
On the Montrose Road.
Yeah,
Well,
we're going to work our way around.
okay, I was not asked to remove that. I think the intent was we wanted to keep as many points of egress as we could for emergency evacuations, fire contingencies, so that if these main drives were blocked up or encumbered by emergency apparatus, we would have emergency driveways or alternate access on either side of the site. So basically, it provides superior circulation if we can provide access to the site from all sides of the site.
Yeah, I might buy that if it was wide enough to be a two-way drive, but it's going to be a one-way drive either in or out, one or
Correct.
the other.
It's only about 11, 12 feet wide.
And, I mean, it is hard by the property line of that property that fronts on Vos. I mean, I would urge your client to rethink the need for that driveway, because it's really, it's there and it exists, but in this redevelopment, I don't see a reason why it needs to exist.
Okay.
It's not providing any real use.
Okay,
All
again,
right,
all
all right, so let's go around. So now we
Sure.
have the main drive off Scotland Road, which you've widened, seems to be a good point of access. I don't understand, well, I understand it, but I don't know why we have the second point of access off of Scotland Road, other than to serve those awful 18 or 16 parking spaces that you shoehorned right in front of the Graves house? Because it's a one-way drive.
Correct. I was instructed to maintain it. That's really, again, and I think in the interest of providing as much ingress, egress to the property as possible. That's the only reason it's there.
Okay. I don't see the need for that driveway, quite honestly. Again, it's a one-way driveway. It's not providing any egress. It's only providing ingress. The main entrance off of Scotland.
Can I, before you jump off that, I think another reason to maintain this is if we are able to construct some sort of parking lot in front of the Graves building, we don't want it to be a dead-end lot. So this driveway sort of provides pass-through circulation so that if you come in and you find this driveway or these parking stalls are full for some reason, it's cumbersome to get back out. You either have to turn around within that parking lot or back out.
I understand.
Okay.
I'm objecting to the driveway and the parking in front of the Graves.
Understood.
The access off of Scotland Road, the main driveway, at this point, are you contemplating left in and left out? In other words,
unrestricted.
Unrestricted.
Correct.
Any feedback from is Scotland a county road?
That's correct.
Any feedback from the county?
We haven't submitted to the county yet.
Okay.
The only thing we did in preparation of submitting to the county was there is a rather long hedgerow.
Right.
Long and tall
Yeah,
hedgerow.
I saw that on your landscape
Making
plan. We'll get to that.
Okay.
Stewart Place. I understand you've moved the access off of Stewart Place. That is only an exit?
Correct. And that's limited to left turns only. We're encouraging traffic to come back out to Scotland as opposed to circulating around the residential neighborhood.
How are we stopping them from going right?
Signage.
Okay. There's no way to configure that exit so it makes it harder to make a right?
Well, I mean, we could slant the driveway towards Scotland. The only issue with that from a civil engineering standpoint is that you generally like 90-degree ingresses or egresses, so that you have equal sight distance on left and right. If you angle the driveway, you're in a situation where if you want to look to see traffic coming up at you from the intersection of Vose and Stewart, the driver has to crane his neck back because he's not 90 degrees now. He's kind of look over his shoulder to see traffic coming at him. That's why generally civil engineers are loath to make anything far away from a perpendicular drive because it provides superior visibility.
Okay. In your opinion, is that driveway necessary?
That driveway, for the same reasons that we kept this one, if these two parking lots are fed off the main road, the main unrestricted driveway from Scotland. So we kept this driveway, again, for circulation. If someone comes in and finds these lots are full, they've got to traverse back through the parking lot, and it's somewhat cumbersome. We felt it would...
I think that that's also a function of the fact that the way the parking is configured, that lower area of parking that has the access back onto Stewart doesn't tie back into the main driveway, because if you tied it back into the main driveway, you'd lose a couple parking spaces.
It's not even that. It's not the parking space. It's the change in grade.
Well, the change in grade there is about a foot.
I think we have more than that, sir.
I'm looking at your grading plan.
I'll flip to it. I have it here. Yeah, we have more like 2 feet.
I see a 216 contour in the middle of that drive, and I see a 217 contour in the drive, in the main drive.
Well, yeah, here you'll see, it's about 1.5 feet, actually, between 1 and 2 feet. In some spots, it's 1 foot. In some spots, it's about 1.5 feet. But that was the reason we kept it, was we were trying to maintain a change in grade, basically. That's not set in stone, but that's how the original design came about.
Right, but if that lower parking area accessed back into that main driveway, then there wouldn't be a circuitous path to get back to a access driveway, and then maybe that access out onto Stewart wouldn't be so necessary. I mean, I agree the way parking is now, you really want that exit onto Stewart.
Right.
Because you got to make a big retracing to get back to a point to get out of the site. If you had a tie-in at the end of that driveway, maybe you would need that access onto Stewart.
It's not impossible.
Okay. All right, so then over on to Vos. So the reason you jogged it is what?
To try to add some length to the driveway to lessen the slope, and to try to take it away as much as we could from the parking lot. We didn't want it to be directly opposite the parking lot. Actually, if we could have made it directly opposite the parking lot, it would be better. But the way it was, it's just slightly offset, so we were trying to get some distance from the parking lot to the train station and our driveway, so we wouldn't have many conflicting movements directly in relation to one another. Those two reasons are why it was relocated.
So since it doesn't align directly, you want it to have more of an offset?
Correct.
Okay. And that's two-way, and the main drive off of Scotland is two-way?
That's right.
Okay. Right. So now let's talk a little bit about, just not in detail, but the stormwater detention.
Sure.
So you have a basin, a smaller basin, basin number 2, which is up to the west of the parking off of the corner of Stewart and Scotland. And there's no walls there. That's just a basin into the ground.
That's correct. Very shallow.
Now, do these basins have water in them all the time?
No, sir.
Okay, so they're not always with water.
They're under drained. They have under drains in them. So they're meant to hold, again, in New Jersey, you're obligated to treat the water quality storm, which is a certain size storm, before it runs off the site. So these are meant to hold that water quality storm, infiltrate into a planted medium that's engineered, an engineered medium, not the in situ soil. And there are under drains beneath the basin that assure percolation through them and an evacuation of all the runoff within the basin.
And the drain at the Stewart Avenue side, that's an overflow?
Yes.
So if it fills up, that drains up way high?
That's, well, the drain is, you're talking about the outlet control structure that's within the basin itself.
Well, no, on the southern end of that basin, there's an outlet.
Right, that's correct.
I don't know what, there's a million inverts.
Oh, no,
so
there's
I'm not sure which one is the one going out.
let me describe this for you. Again, since the site is sloped from south to north, with the high spot being in Scotland, this entire parking lot drains to, this upper parking lot drains into 2 inlets located at the northern end.
Yeah, all the water from that parking over
That's
there is
correct.
going into that
Flows
basin.
from south to north.
Right.
So it enters the basin at the southerly side, evacuates the basin on the westerly side. And then we provide hard-line piping. A lot of basins will have, especially in larger areas, they'll have what's called an emergency spillway, where if the principal spillway gets clogged, you'll have a breach in the basin wall or some sort of stabilized overflow. Because of the proximity of the residents, it was decided not to go that route and provide a hard-line discharge from the outlet control structures all the way down to Stewart in relation to Basin 2, and likewise a hard line of the overflow into the existing storm sewer system for Basin number 1 down onto Vos Avenue.
All right, so what's the distance between where the water comes into that basin, let's call it the bottom of the pool,
right,
to that structure? How much water would have to be in that basin for it to get into that overflow?
Well, the basin bottom is 209.67. The top of that structure is going to end up being 212.80, so it's 3 feet of water.
Okay. Now, there's a house pretty close by there.
Yes.
On Stewart.
Yes.
I'm assuming that house probably has a basement.
I wouldn't know, but probably the owner is here. Maybe they could tell you.
All right, so how do we know that when this water perks out of this basin, it's not going to end up in their basement?
Because of the underdrain. Beneath, so what you'll see when you look at the basin, it's a grass bottom basin. Both of these are grass bottom basins. Right. There are approximately a foot beneath those basins. Both basins are perforated undercurrents and a stone matrix that underlies the soil that overlies this stone matrix. That perforated pipe will act like a wick. It will absorb not only the water that percolates through this basin, but any groundwater that may be present in that area, it will wick that water away and usher it out into the storm sewer system out in Stewart Place. So the underdrains actually perform a beneficial function, not only for the basins themselves, but for any perched water or water issues that may be relevant to the neighbors.
Okay, all right. So let's now go to the other basin, because this one looks very interesting. So this one, there's an underground detention that sits under the parking.
That's an area of fill. So since the parking lot, again, because we have such slopes, in particular, the steepest portion of the site is located off Vose Avenue. So in order to create a relatively flat parking area, roughly 5% in that area, we have to fill this portion of the site where the underground portion is located. So it seemed a natural solution, since it was going to be filled anyway, to, as we're filling it, to provide some sort of underground volume in there. That also enables us to lower the retaining walls that are associated with the main part of the basin. So it enables us to lower the water surface in the main portion of the basin and lower the walls associated with that.
So what is that underground basin, what is that underground system made of? Is it crushed stone and perforated pipe?
It's similar. It's crushed stone underneath and throughout the matrix. We're using a system called Cultec. They're basically like U-shaped plastic units that are open at the bottom. There's actually more volume in those than, say, in your typical round pipe where you lose the volume at the bottom of the pipe. So these are U-shaped chambers that sit, the bottom of those chambers will be at the same elevation as the basin itself.
And the invert of that is about 10 feet below, 9 feet below the parking level at that point, roughly.
Yes, it's about 9 feet below the proposed grade.
Right.
That area there, in the current condition, that elevation is about 192 or 193. So it's only about a 1 to 2 foot excavation from the existing conditions.
Right. You're actually building it up.
Correct.
Okay, then at the edge, behind the edge of the parking, there's, I assume that's a guardrail, and then there's a wall.
That's right.
And that's the wall that separates essentially the flat area from the basin.
Correct.
From the pool.
That's right.
And that basin looks like 4 feet deep, roughly?
3.5.
Okay.
The bottom is 191.67. The very top of the berm is 195. So about 3.5, somewhat less.
And then west, heading toward Vose, then there's another wall.
Well, there's a wall separating the parking lot from the basin, because the parking lot is built up.
And then there's a wall separating the basin.
To the north, that's right. There's another wall that, because the basin there's a flat spot at the basin, and then we need to provide a berm to contain the water.
I understand why it's there.
Yeah, that's right.
And what is the maximum height of that wall that you're going to see when you're walking down the sidewalk on Vose?
That wall, the maximum height is 4.5 feet.
4.5 feet plus the 10 feet that you're looking up the hill, roughly, because the grade at Vose is, let's say, 179.
That's right.
And the bottom of that wall is roughly at 190-ish?
That's right.
Okay. That's different than what you had originally submitted, isn't it? I think the original submission had about an 8-foot wall.
No, I believe it was closer to 6 or 6.5 feet. We've lowered it about 2 feet.
Okay.
And I actually have, by the way, we'll get into this later, in response to one of your professionals' letter, I did bring some exhibits showing both views of, in front of the Graves House, pre and post development. We also have a view of Vose Avenue looking up the hill towards the wall in the pre and post condition.
Well, I assume that, that also is a function of whatever you're doing with the landscape plan. Are you talking landscape? Can we talk landscape with you?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Can I keep going?
Yeah, keep going.
Okay. All right. So if we go to your next sheet, which is your sheet 5 of 9, it's got lighting and landscape, so we can kind of talk two things at once.
Good.
So, while I like, or theoretically like these, these gaslight-ish fixtures, the problem with these is, or tell me if I'm going to see the light source.
You will see the light source, because they're globe fixtures. There's nothing to hide that. At the perimeter of the site, we have house side shields. They blacken the backside of the light, or they actually provide metal inserts.
Okay.
So that you don't see the backside of the light around the perimeter of the site. The
So
interior lights, though,
From the neighbor's property, they'll see the fixture, but they won't see the light, because you're going to have a shield.
that's right, for the perimeter lights, correct.
And that's why, when we look at the light levels at
They
the property
drop off.
line, they're zero.
That's right.
Okay. Now, you said that these poles are 12 feet tall?
12 to 14,
So we're going to have a lot of poles.
42.
I didn't know this is blasphemous, but would taller poles be better?
Well, in general...
Taller is less.
Well, that's correct, because you diffuse the light. You don't end up with a lot of small hot spots. So yes, the taller the pole, the fewer the fixtures. But by the same token, the ambient light is raised higher. So I'm not sure that...
Well, I'm thinking that the perimeter stays low, but, I mean, you have, in those lines of parking on the Vos Avenue side parking lot, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, you have 5 poles down the center of that parking
The
area.
center spine here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a lot of poles.
Again, it is
to get knocked over by the snowplow or the people parking.
Well, those have concrete bases. Anything that's not behind a curb will have a 2.5-foot high concrete base to protect just that sort of eventuality.
I mean, generally, looking at the lighting plan, they've achieved what we want them to achieve, is that it's not spilling off the site. I would love to find a way to get less poles on the site, because it's like a forest of poles in the parking lot, so.
Well, you're correct, though. It is a function of the height of the lights, the number of poles.
Now, the landscaping is really, what I'm seeing is mostly perimeter to shield the parking.
That's correct. We have, I would just qualify that, we've got shade and flowering trees located along the frontage of Montrose and Scotland, and then again on Stewart Place. We've also got some landscaping between the basin wall and the frontage of Vos. So we do have some perimeter shade trees on the site and flowering trees, but we've got, as you'll notice, there are evergreen plantings surrounding all of the exterior parking lot perimeter. But there's not much in the way of opportunity to plant internally.
No, and there's a couple of, I see on the landscape plan, there's a couple of big trees with X's through them. I assume those are the big trees that you're cutting down.
Correct.
There's lots of X's on this.
Yeah. Well, I drove the site today. Some of these trees, they deserve X's through them because there's a couple of them that are already dead, so. The hedge that's along Scotland, I know that you have to take a good amount of it out because it's in the site triangle for the exit. It would seem that if there's some of it staying, as in between Stewart Place and sort of halfway to the driveway, if it's going to stay, it would seem that it would be a little more nice way to tie it into what the existing is, because right now you have that existing line that's screening the parking sitting behind the remainder of the hedge, and the two have nothing to do with one another.
Well, yeah, no, that's correct. And that can be implemented. Our intent was to get the plantings as close to the light source for the parking area as possible. So we situated those immediately behind the curb line. And just so you know, the limits of the hedgerow removal, it's a function on the required county site distance, which is a function of the speed of the road.
Right. Okay.
I would indicate that the trees, we haven't discussed much about the trees, but a lot of these trees have not been well maintained. I'm not an arborist, and I can make a bad joke about staying at a Holiday Inn Express, but the college has had their arborist, which maintains their grounds, basically reconnoiter the site and evaluate the trees. And I mean, again, I'm looking visually at them, but their tree company's looking professionally at them. And apparently, a lot of these trees, especially the more mature ones, are not in tremendous condition. Matter of fact, they're rather in bad condition.
I don't have any more questions.
We have other questions? Mr. Breen?
Yeah, one of the things I wanted to just ask you about is the location of the dumpster shed.
Yes.
And wonder whether, you know, what was the decision as to why it was there? Because frankly, you know, if I lived there, I'd kind of want it as close to the middle of the property and as far away from the neighbors as possible.
Well, I mean, that's what we did. We don't want to locate it near the, usually you don't want it in the middle of a parking lot area because that provides problems for pickup, conflicting with maneuvers. You like to locate these things at the perimeter of some parking area. It didn't seem appropriate to put it at the perimeter of this parking lot along the west or either one of these parking lots because that's a remote parking area. So this was placed here because it seemed to be as far away from the residents as we could without putting it in the middle of the site, and in order to provide circulation in, pickup, and removal. So, and this can be slid anywhere along here. There's no magic to where it is. This location, though, along this parking area is probably the least impacting of all the locations on the site for any of the residents.
Yeah, actually, that was what I kind of had in mind, is why couldn't you slide it, you know, into the middle of where you have the retention pond, so along the same line?
Right.
And then you're really pretty far away from any of the houses.
It could be slid. In general, we like to keep it by itself so there's not parking on one side or another, but there's no absolute requirement against that.
And then the only other thing I was thinking about when I see this massive parking lot is, you know, I've been to a lot of office buildings where they have, and I don't know if this is the right time to do it, but was any consideration given to creating I don't know if is the word pervious, a pervious parking lot where they, I've seen them with where they sink belt, you know, stone, and then you've got grass in between them, and you know, it ends up not looking like a big black parking lot. It looks a little better.
Right. There was some consideration given to that. I think the consensus was that it would be rather difficult to maintain, snow plow and whatnot. A lot of times, those impervious pavers, they're meant to have grass grow within them. The grass doesn't grow all that well. They don't end up looking all that great, and there's some difficulty in maintaining that. But again, no preclusion against that, but that was the thinking process as we went through the site development.
Thank you. I don't have any.
I know there were a number of comments from our engineer.
Well, I've got a couple questions on the, if you're the person to answer them. You've got driving along Scotland Road with the parking lots right in front of the Graves house, as well as the parking lots at the corner of Stewart and Scotland. You have a proposed hedgerow. In front of the Graves mansion, it looks like you've got boxwoods there.
Evergreen, yes, correct.
Are they going to remain at that height, or is this the planting height of 2 to 3 foot tall boxwoods?
Yeah, that's what they go in at. Typically boxwoods, and I have many of them in my yard. Typically, they're very round shaped. I put mine in probably 5 years ago, and they were put in about 18 inches to 2 feet. Now they stand about 4 feet high, 4 feet wide. They grow in that round shape. They're not fast growing, but they do bush out.
Are these intended to, when mature, obscure the site of that parking lot entirely from Scotland Road?
Yes, to the best of our ability to not only do that, but to screen the headlights coming off from them.
It's the same for the arborvitae. I know they get taller.
Yeah, they're more slender, columnar
they
type
are.
plantings, yes.
And you got monocultures growing there.
Meaning you're all the same plant?
Yeah, but why should I say that when I can use the word monoculture?
I like it.
I have a very expensive education. I have to show it sometimes.
I can appreciate that.
Thank you. You're not the arborist, though, so you don't know if that's a wise decision or not. or they all just up and die on one cold winter?
You mean if they all catch the same cold? I don't think they're subject to mass killings. I mean, obviously, if you've been at the Seton Hall campus,
Yeah.
they have as I indicated, they have an arborist who maintains their property, and maintains it very well. So they'll have the same company maintaining the landscaping on this property. So if anything doesn't make it, we may swap out plants if one, but they'll be maintaining this. Nothing's going to grow unfettered or be allowed to go fallow without being attended to.
I have just a couple more.
Go ahead.
This lighting plan shows the parking lot lighting. It doesn't really, it really doesn't address any, let's say, lighting to get to the entrances of the buildings, or the, you know, the main entrance that where you're adding on the 1,000 square feet on the back of the building. I don't know what kind of lighting is going to be there. Lighting from the walkway the new walkway that would be coming in off Scotland Road. I mean, we would want to, there's 2 existing lanterns on the front of the building on the Scotland Road entrance. I assume those, I think they're there. Are they on the house? I can't remember.
No, you're right. 2 freestanding lights on either side of the entrance.
Okay.
Right, that's correct.
So, I mean, it would be good to sort of have a lighting plan that also addresses the building lighting as well. And if there's going to be any lighting mounted on the buildings that's, you know, going to be shining into somebody's, you know, bedroom window, we'd like to know about that too.
There will be building-mounted lighting that's generally handled on the architectural drawing. We don't usually, that's usually very low lighting, and it's just to announce the doorways and to kind of...
Well, that I understand,
Right.
but, you know, sometimes these big floodlights end up getting tacked onto the side of the building that nobody knows about.
I'll let the architect discuss that, but in general, most building-mounted lightings are downward throw. As a matter of fact, for most site development, we would utilize a downward throw light, what you typically call a shoebox. But again, we were trying to keep in with the village standard, so this light was what was represented to us as what was to be utilized. But again, I'll let the architect respond to that, but I'm quite certain that whatever building-mounted light there'll be, they can be made to be downward throw so that there's no outward illumination.
Could it's Sal? What's your feeling about the lights in the parking lot, the quantity relative to the height?
Does seem to be quite a few lights. Looking at the Isolux candles, your light levels range.
Directly under the lights, we typically have about 2.5 to 3 foot candles.
But your minimum where the foot candles touch are somewhere in the half-foot candle range?
Correct.
Which is, that's typical. I think the type of lights that they're using, they're replica gas lights, but they're actually not the same ones that the village has used in the downtown area. They've used the Hatco lighting in the downtown area, which is slightly different than this, but it may have a different flow. And that might adjust the light levels as well. And they do have 12 to 14-foot poles as well. So, I mean, if you looked into the Hatco lighting, it may give you the opportunity to eliminate some of the lights that need to be done. I'm not sure what the comparison would be with what you have proposed here.
Well, no, we'll gladly consider whatever fixture that is being utilized now, and that was our intent, was to utilize.
But again, the half-foot candle is anticipating, roadway traffic, street traffic, things like that.
Pedestrian traffic more than anything.
Yeah, you do have walkways through here, you do have things like that. And I think lighting in an area like this is probably not a bad idea considering the vegetation that'll be around it. It's basically going to be a wooded area, kind of shielded off. So for security reasons, I don't think the lighting is too overdone. The biggest concern, of course, is the lighting at the property lines. How is the lighting going to affect the neighbors? And I think that's the primary concern you have to take a look at, making sure that there isn't spillover. But putting the shields on the lights, I think, is a good idea. But the lights in the center of the parking lot that don't have shields, those will tend to, the residents are going to see those. There's no question.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't pretend that they will.
Yeah, they are going to see those lights.
especially in the winter.
Are you the person to address the issue of the sufficiency of parking, or will that be for the planner?
No, I think that they have a parking traffic person coming to testify to that, so I would defer so I don't double speak.
That's correct.
Board members have any
I have just a
questions?
couple of follow-up questions for him, if I might.
Sure.
You described the impervious coverage increase of 0.65 acres. Taking that into consideration, is the stormwater management of this site improved by this project?
Yeah, it's improved for two reasons. And again, as you probably have heard, the state regulation requires that when you analyze the runoff from the existing condition and you develop a site, that you actually reduce the discharge from the site in the post-development condition by 50% for the 2-year, 75% for the 10-year, 25% for the 10-year, and 20% for the 100-year. So right off the bat, whatever's leaving the site now has to be reduced in the post-development conditions. That's one way that the stormwater management, by statute, improves the situation. The other way is that we've got these two detention basins at the perimeter of the site, which, once they collect runoff, immediately evacuate the runoff past the site, past the adjoining properties, into the storm sewer system within the road. So you don't have excess over or a discharge bleeding over and running off the site towards any adjacent property. So you've got a reduction in discharge, plus you've got interception of all runoff and redirection into the storm sewer system, precluding discharge of runoff onto adjacent properties.
All right, the second question is, did the fire chief inspect this property?
I was not there, but I understand from one of the Seton Hall representatives that he did come out.
What's your understanding as to what he said?
He liked the fact that we were widening the driveways because it provided superior access for him. He also, surprisingly, indicated that he was comfortable with the fact that we were widening the pavement area in front of the Graves house because that gave him another viable access and an ability to put his truck in and drop his stanchions down. The current width of the driveway would preclude a fire truck from coming in. They had to address the Graves building, an issue in the Graves building. They would not have sufficient width to drop their stanchions and set up their truck. With the parking lot widened in this area, he did comment that it gave him enhanced ability to set up his fire truck because the pavement was widened and now he had room for his stanchions to drop.
Nothing further.
But we don't have anything in writing to that effect.
No, we've not received anything from the fire chief that states anything of that nature.
One question, just to follow up to the follow-up, about the storm drainage. You know, once this water gets off-site, I know that you have hard piping tying it into existing off-site storm drainage. Do we know that the capacity of those systems is adequate to handle the extra water we're putting in them?
It's not extra water, and that's what I was trying to say. It's because of the statute regulations. The discharge rates leaving the site in the post-development condition must be less than the existing condition. So I can't speak as to what the capacity of those inlets are because I didn't do an analysis, but by statute, we're directing less water to them in the post-development condition than gets there now.
Okay.
If I may, the storm sewer system on Stewart Place, going down through there, that's currently not collecting really any of the water from the site at this point, because I think most of that is probably flowing in a direction more towards Vos Avenue, either across the properties or...
Actually, that's not entirely correct. This portion of the property drains towards Stewart Place. It's a small area, but roughly the area where the tennis court is and the area above the tennis court, all of that drains out towards Stewart Place. The balance of the site, the vast bulk of the site, drains towards Vos Avenue, and then we've got a small area that actually drains out towards Montrose.
Now, the system that you're tying into on Vos ultimately makes its way underneath the railroad to a very large diameter pipe. The system on Stewart, however, did you check where that system is?
I did not know.
That basically empties out into the rail area. It does not continue.
Right away, just drops this way.
So my concern is if there is any additional runoff, putting it down to that area.
It's not.
If you're confident that you're reducing the amount of flow that's going to be getting into that system, then that's all right.
I'm sure
you need to
Mr.
speak
Keller
into
will
the-
also have an opinion about that, but it's my understanding and my belief, and design intent, to reduce the discharge at all points of egress.
Let me ask, just so it's clear for the homeowner that's on the other side of that detention basin. You have a strong storm there. It's a 3-foot detention basin. It gets filled up. How long is it going to take for it to empty?
I don't know exactly, but these systems in general are designed to evacuate within 24 hours.
Within 24 hours. And you're telling me the way it's constructed, there is no chance of this worsening the chance of their basement being flooded by virtue of that basin being there.
That's what I'm saying, sir, yes.
Okay, let's, I'm going to move to our experts to ask questions of the engineer, and then we'll move to the public to ask questions of the engineer, and then that will wrap it up for the evening. I think that'll be a good breaking point before we take on a new expert.
Again, Mr. Chairman, in
Please.
light of, for the record, Eric Keller, the board engineer, for the purposes of looking at this at a higher level, I'm not going to get into all the details that are, I think, clearly stated in my review letter, which I have discussed with Mr. Quinn. I do want to touch on a couple of items. The board members have covered most of my questions that I would have had. I want to go back to the dumpster location, the enclosure for that. What do you feel the impact of that enclosure is on sight distance and the ability of, well, I'll ask it one at a time. What's the impact on sight visibility? Do you have enough sight visibility for somebody coming out of that driveway to see around the enclosure and seeing somebody coming up from the driveway?
The fence for that dumpster, I don't recall what it is, but generally they're about 6 feet tall. Frankly, people coming up this hill are going to be going slowly because of the grade, so I don't anticipate there's going to be any conflicts. Visibility will be somewhat impaired when they come up. That dumpster will block the visibility of the parking stalls adjacent to it, but I don't anticipate that anybody is going to be impacted in terms of pedestrians coming out of there. I think, again, because of the low speed of people coming up the hill, I don't anticipate there's going to be any conflict there.
Second question on the dumpster. It's pretty remote from the building where the custodians will be removing the material and they're going to have to walk all the way across the parking lot. Wouldn't it be more appropriate to place that dumpster closer to the building in an area then it's not impeding any sight lines and it would still be accessible by trucks, whether they come in off Oss or they come in off of Scotland?
We actually, the first iteration, we had it placed closer to the building, and we were asked to remove it because dumpsters adjacent to buildings can be a nuisance in terms of vermin, smell, odor. So we were asked to remove it as far away as physically possible from the building to preclude those kind of problems. Again, this location is not set in stone. You don't like it, we typically don't like them to be in the middle of a parking lot where they can cause a circulation problem when they're being picked up. So that was our best location.
I agree putting them in the middle of a parking lot is not appropriate. My thought is to place it next to what you're calling the western wing of the building, where the existing driveway is being removed, where that comes into the parking lot. You can certainly lose 2 spaces, get that in there. It's a distance off of the building so that, and it's certainly within an easy route of vehicles being able to pick it up.
I have no objections to that. Again, I'll discuss it with my client, who asked me to get the dumpster away from the building.
Understood. You mentioned, Mr. Quinn, that there are a series of small inlets with small pipes scattered through the site. And since it's an old site, they've filled up. Is this plan to remove all of those structures?
It was not to touch them initially. See, I think it was based on your comment, or maybe in the planner's letter. We were asked to explore where those end up. I think Seton Hall is committed to videotaping them and finding out where they go. Once I know where they go, I'll incorporate them into the storm sewer system as best I can. Currently, not knowing where they go, I can't really incorporate them into the system. I don't know what their inverts are, where they are. So right now, they are to remain as they are until we get more information about where they discharge.
Just a recommendation to the board when they deliberate on this matter. If they can't figure out where those inlets go or those pipes go, to just leave them in place is problematic. We're the board engineers in West Orange, and they left an inlet or a pipe on this old Pal's Cabin site, and now it's pouring water out into the street. So if you can't find out where they go, they should be removed. That's my recommendation.
Agreed.
Now, I just want to be clear for the board, when you talk about reductions for the stormwater management, you're talking about reductions in the rate of runoff, not the volume of runoff, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so there will be an increase in volume, but it's controlled.
That is Mr. Keller brings up a very good point. Anytime you add impervious surface over a pervious surface area, you necessarily increase the volume of runoff. But since all conveyance structures rely on, for their capacity, on discharge rate, the storm regulations are geared towards capturing the increased volume and metering out the rate at which that stormwater leaves the site. And again, the new regulations require that the discharge rate be reduced so that the impacts to the surrounding infrastructure are minimized.
Last question at this point. We've talked some about the lighting. Has there been any discussions with Seton Hall representatives and their security people about when the lights would go out, what lights would be turned off, you know, whether their plan is to keep them all on or some reduced number so that there's security, but it's not an intrusion to the residents?
Yes, we did discuss that. Actually, of the 42 lights that are currently shown, it was my recommendation that we leave 9 on for security purposes. And my recollection is that the school had agreed to shut them off, I believe, at 11 p.m. To shut off all but the security lights at 11 p.m. because that would give classrooms time to evacuate and whatever cleanup crew is coming in to also be present.
I don't have any other questions at this time, Mr. Chairman.
You say at this time, you completed a very extensive and comprehensive stormwater management report. And the concerns can be addressed, I suppose, later if we get to that point, and outside of this session, too.
Correct. I'm not saying that we don't have questions. I don't want to burden the board with a lot of technical discussion. I'm certainly happy at the appropriate time to discuss anything, as Mr. Quinn will be as well. It was also a suggestion for the board to consider is for the board's professionals to meet with the applicant and their professionals, which we have done on other matters before, at least the planning board. I don't know if we've done it on the zoning board, to discuss some of these issues so that when we come back at whatever next meeting there is, that our review letters are condensed.
Yes, I think that's a good idea. You had something like 60 points on your letter, and it shows you have significant concerns, probably their technical nature, probably most of them can be resolved. And I would appreciate y'all doing that between sessions here, so.
I welcome that opportunity.
We concur with that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Gruhl?
I don't have any specific questions that haven't already been asked. I did have a concern about that driveway, what the need for that driveway off of Montrose. We stated that in our memo. I believe that most of the other questions would be addressed through conversation, more technical information. But I don't have any questions at this point. I assume that all the experts will be back for subsequent hearings. Should there be additional questions that come up or comments?
He'll be back.
Excuse me, Mr. Coakley?
I said he'll be back.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay, do members of the public have any questions?
I actually have one quick question.
Mr. DeScala.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make the numbers work for green space. So I heard it stated that there's 0.6 of an acre of green space that would be converted to impervious space.
Net, as a net-wide basis, we're adding 0.65 acres of impervious space.
Right, and I'm looking at one of the materials in the application that says that there's currently a half an acre of wooded space and roughly 2.5 acres of grassy area existing.
That sounds right.
So would it be fair to say that it's right around a 20% reduction in green space on the lot?
Doing the math in my head, it seems a little high, yeah, between 15 and 20%, I would say.
Yeah, I did the math on the calculator on my
Did
phone.
you?
Yeah,
Good.
so.
I trust your calculator.
All right. Yeah. Well, I just wanted to confirm that. I'll talk about the details related to that with the planner.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so the current lot coverage is 41-point-something%, and it's going to go up to 54% under
That's
this
right.
proposal.
That's correct.
Right, the percentages, though, can be,
Yeah, they
you know,
mask it.
they can mask different types of information. So I just wanted to make it clear that there's a 20% decrease in the amount of green space on the lot.
Okay, other questions from members of the board? None? Okay, members of the public, your turn. Ms. Bauer.
Got to go to the microphone. Sorry.
Yes, you do.
I don't have a copy of, and I have not reviewed the stormwater report, so if Mr. Quinn is coming back, and if that conversation is entertained again, I would like to be able to ask questions then, if there are any.
Well, certainly, he's going to be coming back, so you'll have the opportunity.
Okay. I don't have any questions right now, but I will review them.
Now, all these reports are in our office, so they're available. Stormwater, traffic impact, everything that we have is available for the public. Other questions? None? Okay, excuse me? Okay.
I know you can't see, right? If I try to warn you, keep your phones.
It's Janet Scrobe, 425 Vos Avenue. I'm going to go first to Vos Avenue because I'm on Vos Avenue. The driveway that you're relocating, you do not show, and I don't know if you have to, but I think the houses, not only on Vos Avenue, but on Stewart Place and Montrose and on Scotland Road would give more relevance to what's happening on the site.
You're
So-
correct. that's your question, we don't show the houses. What we show are the driveway locations, which sort of implies where the dwellings are, but we do not show the dwelling locations.
Okay, is there a reason for that?
No, it just wasn't requested of us. So we don't have the ability to survey other people's properties, so we were requested to add the locations of the driveways, I think in one of the professional memos, so they could see how the driveway locations related to the various locations of our egress and egress sites.
Okay, so when you're on Vos Avenue, the driveway that you've moved south and made a two-way drive,
Right.
do you know what's on the opposite side of that driveway?
This driveway lies in between the train station driveway and a driveway located here for that residence. So I'm
Right.
presuming there's a dwelling in between those two.
Right, so, and it's not my dwelling, but it's near my dwelling, and it goes into my neighbor's house. So basically, all the cars that will be coming up and down that driveway will be shining lights and increasing traffic on Vos and beaming into the houses on that side.
Well, is that a question? Because I can qualify that for you.
Yeah,
Okay. There are not going to be beaming lights coming up the driveway. You may see taillights, but there won't be beaming lights. Because of the grade of this driveway, those cars will be pointed fairly strongly, steeply down. So there's not apt to be a wash of headlight glare on the residence itself because of the orientation of the cars and the slope of the driveway. I mean, you're right, there's going to be additional cars coming and going, but I don't believe there's going to be a tremendous wash of light onto that residence because of the orientation of the lights down, pointing downward.
what's the grade from the bottom curb 10 feet up the drive?
When you say the grade, the elevation change or the
Yeah,
slope?
the elevation change that you're proposing.
So you want to know it from the road? How far back? 10 feet?
Yeah, car's length, 20 feet?
No, yeah, 20 feet.
20 feet.
There's a 6% change in grade in the first 20 feet. So you're talking about 1.2 feet. It's relatively flat at the bottom because you like to have, at the end of the driveway, you don't want to have a steep driveway going into a road.
Well, then I'm going to go to the factor of, we're talking about a dry and sunny day. Now you have a wet day, and you have an icy rainy day, and you have a snowy day, and we've had quite a lot of all those this year. So if the driveway is not flat and a car is coming down, and Jersey drivers, many drivers are not good in the snow, they will come all the way down or they will slide down. They're facing a house. You're directing a two-way road into a house, basically, because that's the amount of cars that are going up and down. And then some of the discussions that have happened around, we're talking about decreasing other accesses going into that lot, proposed merged lots. So the discussion I've been hearing is about an increase that would occur on the east and the west. Before, where did you say the driveway faced?
We're moving the driveway approximately 20 feet towards the west from where it is now, and
Right.
trying to flatten it out a little bit
Right.
by
And,
hitting.
and what was the issue with it where it was before?
It is very near, too close, in my opinion, to the location of the train station drive. In general, if you heard the discussion, when you're doing site design, you like to have driveways and roads oppose each other because there's an expectation and a visibility of cars coming at you. If you don't have that, you like to get as much space between the opposing drives as possible so you don't have indecision who's going to turn, who's not going to turn. So we moved this driveway for two reasons. One was to get a little more length to soften the pitch as much as we could and to create some separation between the train station drive and our drive. Had we had the property to the east of us, we would have lined this driveway up directly opposite the train station drive, but we're unable to do that.
Okay, so in your opinion, taking the driveway from facing another parking lot Also, the runoff that's coming down the driveway, which was facing another parking lot, and taking that two-way lane and facing it into a house, a commercial development in a residential area, isn't that penalizing the residents?
Well, you posed two questions there,
Yeah.
runoff and headlights.
Yeah.
In terms of runoff, these roads are crowned. So when water runs off the site, it doesn't run across the road to the opposite side and impact the residents. Roads are higher in the middle to encourage drainage to go to the gutter where the inlets can pick them up. So this water is not going to breach the crown of the road and impact the residents across the street. That's from a drainage standpoint. And from
Explain how. I know you're saying the road crowns.
Right. So
You've
if the
got
road-
all this water coming down, like the water that we've had a couple of days ago, and we're not getting less rain, we're getting more rain. And we have a hill with a driveway coming off of a major increase of blacktop and directing that driveway down onto Vos Avenue, and we're not going to get any runoff.
I'm saying the runoff is not going to run across the road and hit your property because of the nature of the crown road, and that's why roads are designed that way. We've also added a storm inlet right here to help collect the runoff, right at the corner of the property where there is not one now. So that will also enhance the ability to evacuate the water off the road. So again, it is a change. As Mr. Garbini said, there's a lot of changes here. Our attempt is to implement safeguards in the changes in the design so that we could lessen impacts to the residents in many ways. And aesthetics and drainage is a big one because I know myself from having an issue with drainage that it's
The house is across the street presently now, there's water coming in the basement.
well, I can't speak to that, ma'am. That's
Right.
not coming from the site. There's no way the runoff from the site would reach that road, the crown of the road, and impact the basements of the property. I mean, I shouldn't say there's no way, but it's not, in my estimation, it's extremely unlikely that runoff from this site is going to impact the residents across the road.
The basin that's across the road, the basins are required because you're saying there has to be less runoff than accumulating on site. What is in the line in the sand in that? Is it just because this site is being developed, or is it because there's a percentage of parking and blacktop added?
In the state of New Jersey actually implements a stormwater regulation statewide that all municipalities have been forced to adopt. That regulation states that any piece of property that adds a quarter acre of impervious surface net or disturbs 1 acre of land is responsible to reduce the rate that water runs off the property. So in keeping with the regulatory environment, we've had to implement that design. That's the reason for it.
Is the increase in impervious surface and the percentages you were talking about a result of the variance asked for the property for the 60% as opposed to what would be allowed in the residential area in a residential zone?
I'm not exactly sure what your question is, but I can aver that we are increasing impervious surface. We're at 54%,
right,
whereas 40% is allowed in the zone. I would note that that doesn't comply for the conditional use, but if this were a public school, somebody came in to develop this as a public school, they could cover the site with 60% impervious surface. So they could actually
If it
add
was a public
appreciably
school,
more
yeah.
impervious surface than we're proposing here.
Right.
I'm not sure if that answers your question, but
No.
I'm not sure what your question was.
That's still, if it was developed residentially and following the requirements of a residential zone, there would be no catch basins, there would be no...
That's not true. That's not
No?
necessarily true.
That's what I'm asking.
No, it doesn't matter if it's commercial or residential development. As soon as you add a quarter acre of impervious surface or disturb 1 acre, whether it's residential, commercial, public, private, you must abide by the state stormwater regulations.
What's disturb 1 acre? Rip the building up? What's disturb?
Basically grade area, disturb grass or wooded area, area that's not been previously disturbed, let's put it that way, mostly pervious surfaces. If you displace 1 acre of impervious surface for 1 acre of impervious surface, I'm not sure the regulation would kick in.
Okay. The DEP area is a planning area 1, is my understanding. Is that true?
That's correct.
Okay.
PA1, redevelopment
PA1.
area.
Okay. And my understanding is that there's no requirement for a groundwater recharge?
You were reading the regulations. That's very good. Most engineers that I work with are not aware of that regulation, but that's correct. In the PA1 redevelopment zone, and that's really only for properties that are redeveloped. That wouldn't apply here because you've got undeveloped portions of the site. But if you were to come in and redevelop a parcel in a PA1 zone that's already developed, recharge is not a required component. Again, I don't think that applies here because we're taking undisturbed area, basically area that's not been touched in decades, and applying impervious surface to it. So we took the conservative approach and applied the recharge criteria to it. And I think Mr. Keller's office has also confirmed that that's a requirement for the state regulations.
It's confirmed that it's a requirement.
Yes. I'll eliminate it. I have no problem eliminating it, but I don't think statutorily I can do that.
Okay. Going to snow removal. A lot of snow can pile it up. Where it's going?
We typically don't design for snow removal on site development plans. Like with most sites, it's pushed to the perimeter of the property. I cannot tell you how they'll manage snow here. It's not part of my site plan.
Okay.
But I can tell you in general, most snow typically is plowed to the edges of the property. They'll probably be precluded from pushing it over the retaining
They
wall.
can,
So
okay.
they'll probably push it to the sides, but I couldn't get into specifics about how they'll manage the snow removal because that's not regulated and it's not my purview.
We talked about review by the fire department. Did the police department review the plan?
I don't know, ma'am. I wasn't there. Even for the fire chief, I heard this from Seton Hall secondhand. I'm not aware of police reconnaissance.
Okay. There's a waiver being asked for site plan design considerations. In this plan with the parking, there's no green space in the parking field. There's no added trees in the parking field. Everything is basically around the perimeter.
That's correct. I'm not sure a waiver is required from that, though. I'm not aware of a waiver that's required. But
In reading the documents, they ask for a waiver.
your statement is correct. There is no interior landscaping proposed. Everything is perimeter. And that's the way the site functions now. The parking lot that exists there now has
Yeah,
no-
but we said what was there was from 1955,
understood.
right? And we're doing better.
Understood.
So
I mean, I
why,
would say there are some plantings along here. You'll see the green areas where we could provide them. But in this larger parking area, there's no interior landscaping.
because,
I think it's kind of a maintenance problem, and to try to put a landscaped island in here would push the limit of development even further towards Vos Avenue, and we're trying to keep the development as compact as we can.
or it would reduce the parking?
Sorry?
Or it would reduce the parking?
Well, or it would reduce the parking, which doesn't fit the needs of the client.
The amount of parking is higher than required by code?
We have 24 additional stalls over what the ordinance requires. That's correct.
What's required by the ordinance?
I believe 178 is what's required by ordinance, and we show 202.
Oh, I thought it was 154.
I think it's two components of it. There's a component for the student faculty that's predicated on one ratio, which may be the 154, and then
Okay.
we have the parking for the future potential office use.
Let me just say that, you
It's
know,
158 and 20.
let me
Thank
just say
58
that.
and 20?
It's on
I
the
think,
drawings.
Mr. Quinn is referring to the university zone parking requirements, which are not applicable here. I mean, they may be useful to look at as a rule of thumb, but they're not applicable to other properties.
So what is applicable?
There
By code.
is no code parking requirement
For the zone.
for this zone. That's why,
Oh,
We're trying to park for the use.
Okay.
You're going to present a parking/traffic expert.
Okay.
Yes.
That's correct.
Yes.
What's done on the site as far as any contaminants, or is there a survey of the site, or gas tanks looked for? There used to be a carriage house that faced Bose. It was taken down. I know it was used for cars also. Were there gas tanks underground that needed to be addressed? Has any of that been looked at?
Not by me, ma'am. Generally, sellers of a property in New Jersey are responsible to mitigate any potential
seller.
contamination. Again, that's an environmental engineer. That would be someone that Seton Hall contracts with, but it wouldn't be within my purview again.
Okay. You said you had views looking at the Bose Avenue side?
Yes, ma'am. We brought renderings.
Okay, so where are the renderings?
Well, I have them with me. I don't know if we want to present them at this late hour. I was planning on showing them when I thought I would get on about 8:30 or 9 o'clock.
Right.
And now
Surprise.
at 11:15, I'm not sure we want to open that up, but I'll
The
gladly
other-
bring those and circulate those next
The
time.
other thing is you're saying, and we live in a very contemporary age now, right? You're saying the plans are available in Village Hall, well, not in Village Hall, but in wherever.
Well, where are they available, Sal, Jetta?
Yeah, they're available in our office.
So is there a reason why things aren't posted online at this point in time, in this day and age?
I don't know why. I'm not going to address that tonight.
Okay, I'm just, like, I know he has more
You
to
can
show,
also-
I know
you
it's
can,
not going to be,
When you can go to Village Hall and access them, they're available. They're not online.
Just so you know, ma'am, the views that I'm talking about were not submitted to the board as part of the original application.
Okay.
That was a request from one of the professionals. So subsequent to our initial filing, we've created those exhibits. So you won't find them at Town Hall now. You'll find those the next meeting when I circulate those around.
okay.
I can actually submit those to the board if they prefer between
Yes.
now and the next meeting.
Yes.
When you were
Submit the-
talking about the location of the garbage, and we were talking about vermin, it was indicated that Seton Hall didn't want the odor and the vermin against the building, and it seemed like we were pushing it towards the neighbors again.
Well, but there's a difference. I mean, we had it a couple of feet off the building. Here you're, I don't know, 50, 60 feet away from the nearest property line. So relatively speaking, that's nowhere near as close to any of the residential properties as it was next to the building.
Okay, so let's go to acoustics now. The site is on a pretty extreme slope in areas. If you're on Scotland Road and you look over, the same way I can hear the tennis club basically up the hill when they have a party and it resounds down the hill. I can hear, and I'm wondering what you're doing to address sound mitigation, because whatever's located, whatever trucks are coming in and out, whatever garbage is being dumped, when they took down the carriage house, it just resounds throughout the little mini valley that we're in. How is that being addressed?
We're not proposing any sound mitigation per se. We've got landscaping, which does attenuate some sound, although you get great arguments among professionals whether that really is effective. I mean, sound walls would be the only way to...
No, some of it I
bring
think
the
would be
site sound.
effective, except the green is at the bottom of the hill, and it's more than 20 feet. And most of the photographs even that you've taken, when you're standing at the back corner of the building, the school building, you more or less look over the top of my house, which is, it's not a short house, it's a pretty tall house. And now there's nothing in between. So even if you put trees at the bottom of the hill, since you do not have a landscaped islands or parking or trees or anything, basically the sound will just emanate from whatever's happening up there. And that's part of my questions, asking about why we're not putting greening in the parking lot, things that are higher up on the hill, because basically now it's open from the back of the building down to the basin. There's no green, no trees, no nothing.
The only answer I can give you is the one I gave you before, which is we're trying to keep the improvements as compact as possible so we don't encroach closer to Bose Avenue. That's why there's no green showing this. And the other thing I would say about noise is Seton Hall, as an applicant, just as any property owner, is required to not exceed state noise standards. Parking lots typically don't exceed state noise standards.
I'm talking about the garbage and the trucks and everything. That gets rather loud.
Right, well, again, I can't speak for that. That's a pickup that happens on any site development. That's a temporary thing. I'm not even sure that a garbage truck would exceed the sound decibel requirements at the property line per the state standard.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but I'm talking about a commercial university campus in the middle of a residential area, and that's how we're all looking at it. For now, I think that's all the questions, seeing of the time. So long as he's coming back, I can follow up with anything. Is that okay?
That's fine. Let me
Okay.
address two things. There is shrubbery on the downhill side of that retention basin facing Bose, and there are also trees there. You can take a look at the plans.
Yeah,
It
I'm
says-
just curious if you've been to the site.
Well, why don't you look at the plans?
I did.
Okay, they're there.
I did. I read plans, and I looked at the heights, and I looked at the plantings, and I walked the site, and I look at the site every day. And from the top of that site, you've got a clear view down the whole hill. I'm hoping that everybody's gone to the site. It was nice to hear that the one gentleman visited to make sure he did today. Thank you.
Mr. Quinn, just to kind of sum up what you were saying about impervious and the reduced rate, by nature of putting in the parking lots there, you are increasing the impervious coverage. That's clear. That's what's doing it. And therefore, you will have a greater volume of runoff. You're saying, though, that these retention basins, which are attached to our sewer system, will slow the rate of that increased volume. Right? Will it slow it more than before there was the greater impervious coverage, or?
It's relative to the site as it currently exists. So you take a snapshot or you do a calculation of the existing condition, quantify the runoff. When you do a major development that requires the reductions, as we talked about, you do a calculation of the post-development discharges. Those post-development discharges have to be reduced relative to the existing for each of the categories, 2, 10, 100%.
Okay, so the rate will be reduced compared to what there is now.
And that's the whole idea behind any stormwater detention, is to collect the increased volume, keep it on your site so it doesn't impact off-site property owners, and then meter it out at a slower rate than it is.
Got it.
Russ, can I follow up on that? I know it's late.
Sure.
How do you express the rate of runoff? Gallons per something?
Cubic feet per second, typically in a
Cubic feet per second. And is that averaged across a property?
Yes. It's usually. Go ahead.
Yes, okay. So is it possible, let's say you had a property divided in half of it was level, and the other half had a steep grade. The steep grade would have a greater rate of runoff than the level one, but would you average it for the two to determine the rate of runoff?
Well, without getting too technical, you pick the longest time of concentration for a drainage area that's discharging to a particular point. So, in a sense, yes, you're averaging. But the averaging is done in such a way that the overall average doesn't understate the components that contribute for either one. So you're not, because of the way the time of concentration calculation goes, if you compare that overall rate for the overall site, and then you broke down the site into the two steeply and non-steeply portions, you will get the same runoff for the averaged calculated drainage area as you would breaking the two areas up.
Well, what I'm getting at is that driveway. I mean, I imagine that the rate of runoff at that driveway is greater than an average would be for the whole Vos Avenue side.
Oh, no, sir, that's not the case.
It's not?
No. Again, when you do you have to analyze the drainage and where it goes. You pick an analysis point. So I'll use the grading plan. It's a little more indicative. So all of this that runs off to Vose, as I was saying, the drainage areas roughly, some runs out to Stewart, the bulk of it runs down to Vose, and then we got a small area that runs out to Montrose. Each one of those drainage areas, if it has a separate discharge point, has to be analyzed pre and post to make sure that you're not exceeding, and in fact you're reducing, the discharge to all of those sub-drainage areas, as we call them.
Okay. And the headlight issue that Ms. Grobe raised, if the bottom of that driveway is flat, is it 20 feet?
Yeah, well, it's not flat, it's 6%, it's flat.
6%.
About a foot fall and 20 feet, roughly.
Okay, but though that, I thought you had indicated that because of the steep grade, the headlights wouldn't be shining on the house.
And they work their way down the driveway, that's correct. Once they're down at the bottom of the driveway, the car's at level with the road, so you're not gonna have lights splay, the lights will splay into the roadway and maybe into the driveway area across the street. But I understood her concern to be because of the elevation, that lights would splay into the windows or on the side of the home.
Speak into the microphone.
I'm sorry. I was told, I was made to understand her concern was headlight wash on the dwelling. And my comment was that because of the steepness of the driveway, this portion, the car will be pointing down. The headlight wash will be on the driveway, and then as it flattens out, it'll begin to tilt up. And it may splay onto the road or maybe onto the lawn area of the adjacent property. But I was trying to understand or determine that there was no headlight wash on the dwelling itself.
Is that something you can calculate, that you can go back and do some research to you know, tell us based on analysis rather than gut feeling?
I've never done that before. I'm sure there are ways to calculate that, but I'm not familiar with how. I've never been asked to do that before. So off the top of my head, I don't know how that would be done. But I'll explore that.
Any other questions?
No, so there's no house opposite that driveway, is that correct?
Well, there's a driveway, there may be, I can't speak for certain because it's not shown on the drawing, but there are driveways located on the drawing, they're depicted on here. I presume, based on the location of the driveway, that there is a house between that driveway, let's say the easternmost driveway, and then the train station driveway.
So why wouldn't
There's
the
only one
headlights
driveway.
fall on the house when the car is roughly level?
I'm sorry, say again?
Why wouldn't the car's headlights hit the house when the car is roughly level?
Because the house is elevated somewhat. The house is not sitting down in a hole. The house is somewhat elevated. Is it? Okay, well, then I misspoke. I'm not sure how far it's sitting down in a hole, but...
Well, of course, the person who lives in that house isn't here.
Thanks, Chris.
Okay. Other questions from the board? Okay. All right, so we're going to go ahead and in the meeting for this evening, I would like to remind you all that the next meeting with Seton Hall is Tuesday, June 3rd at 7 o'clock, and that's going to be here again, Jetta? Right, Sal? We're going to be here again Tuesday, June 3rd.
Can we, sorry it's late, but can we talk about the order of witnesses next time? And just, I would really appreciate hearing from the dean. I apologize. I would really appreciate hearing from the dean next, and then the planner, and I'm wondering what order were you thinking of?
I'm not sure that you can dictate the order of witnesses.
I'm just asking.
But we'll take it under consideration. We'd like to have the architect testify. That should be brief.
You got to speak into the microphone.
Speak into the microphone, Mr. Coakley.
We'd like to have the architect testify. I think he has some important evidence to give, and then we probably will call the dean after that.
Okay.
And then the traffic, and then the planner.
Okay. All right. Well, go ahead and adjourn the meeting. We'll see y'all in a month.
Thank you.